Okay, I'd like to call this meeting to order. If we could salute the flag. Carmen?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You could all remain standing, please. Moment of silence in remembrance of the atrocities of 9/11, in hopes that everybody is at peace with their families of lost ones. We thank our military, local, everybody that protects us on a daily basis. So hopefully this atrocity doesn't happen again, to the memory of all that were lost. Thank you.
I'd like to announce that this meeting is being recorded. And now I will pass it over to our solicitor, Brian Jennings. If you have a phone, could you please check to see that it's on silent? Thank you.
Thank you. Tonight's matter involves a previously recessed conditional use application dated March 29th, 2019, heard before the East Goshen Township Board of Supervisors. This evening's continued proceedings involve a conditional use hearing on an application of Christopher Zampano and CZ Woodworking LLC. The subject property is located at 1422 Ardley Circle. Specifically for those that may not be familiar, the applicant seeks conditional use approval from the Township Board to operate a woodworking business as a home occupation in the R2 zoning district. The first three hearings in which substantive testimony and evidence were presented occurred on July 9th, August 13th, and September 5th, 2019. The public hearing has been continued to this evening. As was the case last week, Supervisors Lynch and Shuey are again not present, but are nonetheless interested in continuing to participate in the conditional use application and hearing process. Those supervisors will read the transcripts of the September 5th and September 11th hearings once available and participate in the decision-making process. I assume that this is still acceptable to all parties.
It is.
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Millier?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Guja here? No, thank you. Is there anyone additional in the audience this evening that wishes to be recognized as a party to this conditional use hearing and who has not previously been granted party status? Hearing none, we'll move along. I'd like to introduce and admit a new board exhibit, namely Exhibit B11. B11 is a letter by me addressed to all parties, providing the date and time for this evening's continued hearing. Copies have been distributed. With that, board exhibits Board exhibits B1 through B11 have been introduced and admitted into the hearing record. When we were here last, Ms. Boswell concluded her case on behalf of party protestant Jennifer Bean. So at this time, I'd ask that Ms. Setzler proceed with the presentation of her case.
Mr. Jennings, I don't know one yet. Okay, I think that is one.
I'll bring it over if you're the best. Testing 1, 2, 3. I believe you're just going to have to get very close to it. It's a sensitive mic I can bring. This is your preference. Testing. Now, directly at it. If you want, I'll bring the other one over. You let me know.
I think we'll need that for Mr. Hines.
It's not going to reach you.
Oh,
If you're giving testimony only right now, you break it anyway.
I can talk.
Test. They took Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Thank you, Greg.
Record stands that microphones are working.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give and that it not be moved to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
If I may interject here before we get started, I believe Mr. Hines is your first witness.
Correct.
I just want to disclose to all parties that my law firm has served in the role of solicitor to West Bradford, where Mr. Hines is currently a supervisor, and my firm still represents West Bradford Township as special counsel for various matters. With that said, I'm going to ask all of the parties if there's any opposition or objection to us continuing in this fashion. Mr. Thompson,
I have no objection.
Ms. Boswell,
I have no objection.
Ms. Setzler,
Of course, I have no objection.
Mr. Millier,
I have no objection.
Mr. Gooch is still not here. Thank you, we'll proceed.
Thank you. That's the nature of the small world of municipal law. Mr. Hines, can you please, for the record, state your name and your address, please?
Jack Hines, 280 North Wallosset Road, Westchester, Pennsylvania.
And you're here this evening to talk about woodworking. Can you share with the Board of Supervisors any formal education you had in the field of woodworking?
I originally attended Millersville, what was college back then, and did not graduate, but attended and left there to work in a cabinet shop, and worked in a cabinet shop for 14 years. And during the end of those 14 years, last 3 or 4 years, I managed and ran that cabinet shop.
And what was the nature of that cabinet shop? Was it commercial or privately owned?
It was privately owned, but it was a commercial shop.
And what products were manufactured?
We made mostly furniture. We did some cabinet work, did some kitchens, built-ins, those types of things, but mostly furniture.
And you were there a total of how many years?
14 years.
And how long ago was that?
I left there in 1977.
And what were your duties? How did they grow or change over the 14 years?
Well, I started as an assistant, and as I learned more of the woodworking skills, I ended up running the shop. And there was one person working there with me when I first, well, actually two, the owner and another person. And when that person left, we hired another person, and I took over as the lead person in the shop, and then we hired other people over time.
Okay. And so there were many employees affiliated with that?
Not all at once, but over time, their maximum was 2 or 3.
And during your time with this commercial woodworking enterprise, did you operate all of the equipment that was available?
Yes, I did.
And were you actively engaged in commercial woodworking?
Yes, I was.
And at the expiration of the 14 years, what occurred that stopped your affiliation with the shop?
I changed jobs. I went to work for West Bradford Township.
And what was your role with West Bradford Township?
I was first hired as an administrative assistant to the Board of Supervisors. They did not have a township manager, nor did they have a manager's ordinance. Soon after I started working for them, they advertised and adopted a manager's ordinance, and I became the township manager.
Did you ever function as a zoning officer?
Yes. After about 2 years, there was a zoning officer that was appointed when I was first started, and then I took over the position as a named zoning officer and continued in that till I retired after 34 years.
That was my next question, how long you were affiliated with West Bradford Township. And do you currently hold a position with the township now?
Yes, I'm an elected supervisor.
Okay. So after, Mr. Hines, after your commercial experience, Was that woodworking shop in this area?
Yes, it was in, actually it was in East Bradford Township, right on the edge of the borough of Westchester.
Okay. And after your employment ceased with that enterprise, did you continue to engage in woodworking?
Yes, I've continued to the present. That is what I like to do.
And can you describe the evolution of your work over the period of time since you were a commercial woodworker?
I've continued to do woodworking and hone skills and learn new skills. While we were in the cabinet shop, we used to send all of our carving down to Philadelphia to a carver, and some of our large tabletop turning was sent to a turner in Philadelphia. I've taken over when I make those items that require carving or turning of a large top. I do it all myself now.
Okay, and do you continue to actively woodwork on a private level?
Yes, I do.
And how many years, if you can estimate, have you been engaged in woodworking for yourself?
Well, since I left the cabinet shop, which is another almost 40 years, so I've probably been over 50 years been engaged in woodworking.
I passed out before the meeting a packet of exhibits. I'm showing Mr. Hines what we've marked as neighbor one. Mr. Hines, can you identify this exhibit?
Yes, that's a walnut drop leaf table that I made. And actually, although it's a Chippendale type design, I designed some of the details on this table to suit my own desires.
So your skill level allows you to design as well as actually fabricate furniture?
That is correct.
And the next exhibit, please.
Let me go ahead and describe them.
Yes, please.
They are Queen Anne side chairs. That is a known design. They're mostly known as a Boston type Queen Anne side chair. There's 3 in the picture. There's a set of 8 that I made. All the components of those chairs were fashioned from raw wood that I had dried and planed and shaped, put together.
Did anyone else contribute to the production of these chairs?
These chairs have what's known as a slip seat, which are not on the chairs when the picture was taken. And you build a frame for the slip seat, and the slip seat was upholstered by an upholsterer. Other than that, everything was accomplished by myself.
So all of the woodworking was by your hand?
That's correct.
And the next photograph, please.
That's a corner cupboard, a hanging wall cupboard. And again, that is my own design to fit a particular place. Although when I do design police furniture, I do look at a number of reference books to get an idea of the style, and then I lay it out myself the way I want it, the moldings, the bottom pieces that are carved or cut out. That's my own layout and design.
And the next photograph, please.
That's a piece that was commissioned by the Brandywine River Museum. It's what's known as a founder's bench. Frolic Weymouth, who passed away just a few years back, was the founder of the Brandywine River Museum and the Brandywine Conservancy. And in his honor and the honor of the 2 other at our 50th anniversary, they planted trees in Potter's Grove, and they asked that I would design and make a bench in honor of Frolic Weymouth. This bench was made and designed by me. It's a typical park bench, but you'll notice that the armrests have a loop on the end because Frolic was always a lot of fun, but a little bit formal. In the middle of the back, there is a carved in relief, a turtle. The turtle is a motif that he used on his farm. And the backsplats are replicas of a Virginia bluebell and what they would look like growing in a bed. And the Virginia bluebell was his favorite flower.
So this piece is at a museum,
Yes, it's on their property. Yes.
and have you been requested to provide pieces for other societies or museums?
Yes.
And who are they?
Chester County Historical Society, right now, they want a corner cupboard for the next year, antique show that they can raffle off as a fundraiser.
And you're currently also working on a table for the owners of the company LL Bean, is that correct?
Yes, I'm making a small spoon-foot table for Linda Bean, who lives on Teal Island up in Maine.
And in the years you've been woodworking, Mr. Hines, have you interfaced with other woodworkers?
Yes,
And have
occasionally.
you been in other shops, commercial,
Yes.
or private, or otherwise through the
Yes.
years? And are you familiar with the machinery, the products, the accessories, and all things woodworking?
Yes, pretty much so.
Okay. And I know at one point you even discussed that you retrofitted a piece of machinery to suit your own needs. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I would offer Mr. Hines as an expert in woodworking.
Guess I would ask for an offer of proof as to what he's going to testify to.
I think he's going to testify about commercial woodworking and residential woodworking and the components of woodworking and what the shop may or may not have that would be typical.
Well, I think what I heard, I guess I would object to commercial woodworking other than experience a couple of years ago, I think, working in a commercial woodworking shop. I haven't heard anything to indicate that he's currently an expert on commercial woodworking. That being said, if I could ask him a couple questions. Good evening, Mr. Hines. Have you ever testified as an expert on woodworking?
Not overworking.
And you, I think, indicated that you have a woodworking shop. Is it at your residence?
It is.
Is it in your garage?
No, it's in a basement.
Okay, and what is the size of your woodworking shop?
It's approximately 700 square feet.
And do you sell or market the woodworking products that you make in your shop?
I have never done any advertising. I don't market. People come to me for specific items.
So you do sell the items that you make,
I do occasionally, yes.
and you reside in West Bradford Township?
That's correct.
Okay, and do you have permits from West Bradford Township in order to have a woodworking shop at your house?
I do not.
Other than working at a woodworking shop, I think you said for 14 years, and working in your own shop, have you done anything else concerning the woodworking business?
I'm not sure what you mean by anything
Have
else.
you engaged in any other professional jobs in woodworking?
When I was in college, I actually worked with a builder for a period of time before I went to work in a cabinet shop.
Okay. But other than the time in the cabinet shop and the time in your house, you haven't done anything else? You haven't worked for any other cabinet maker or woodworker or any other person that deals with woodworking?
I have not worked for another person or entity that does woodworking.
Okay, and are you being paid to testify tonight?
Yes, I am.
To the extent Mr. Hines can testify about how the wood furniture in the exhibit is made, I would object to him being an expert in all things woodworking.
I would respond by, let's hold off on argument as to the acceptance of the expert. I first want to find out if Ms. Boswell has any questions on qualifications as offered.
No, I have no questions and I have no objections. to recognize Mr. Hines as an expert.
Thank you. Mr. Millier, do you have questions?
No objections or questions.
Mr. Guja? Thank you. Okay,
And I guess just to supplement, I think someone who could be recognized as an expert in woodworking is more like someone who teaches woodworking and makes his entire life a career out of woodworking and writing books about woodworking, things of that nature. I think just working in a woodworking shop and having a woodworking shop at your residence doesn't necessarily make someone an expert in woodworking.
May I respond?
sure.
First of all, I don't think that the nature of commercial woodworking has changed in the course of our lifetime, even since the American Revolution. And it is obviously the basis of an expert is someone who has knowledge beyond an ordinary layman. Mr. Hines' knowledge displays his array of woodworking, and it's intended to aid the supervisors in this process. So I believe he has demonstrated specialized knowledge through his experience, his training, and his hands-on experience, and clearly the production of the quality pieces that are recognized in museums would qualify him as an expert in all things woodworking.
Thank you. The board will accept Mr. Hines as an expert in woodworking, finding that his testimony will be potentially relevant. It does not find that it would be immaterial or repetitious at this point in time. As we all know, and I've stated previously, the formal rules of evidence do not apply. And based on his 50-plus years of experience with woodworking, it does seem as though Mr. Hines does have some specialized knowledge above and beyond that of a layperson. So with that said, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Jennings. So, Mr. Hines, in preparation for your testimony this evening, have you reviewed the transcripts that were available of Mr. Zumpano's testimony?
Yes, I did.
And did you review his application
Yes, I did.
and the township ordinance with respect to the application?
Yes.
And in your experience as a township manager, I'm not offering you as an expert in this way, but in your experience, you understand the language and the words that are used in an ordinance,
Yes.
and you understand them in the fashion in which they're offered in the ordinance
I'm
itself.
going to object. I don't think he was offered as an expert land planner or anyone interpreting zoning.
I said he was not.
Right. He was not accepted in that fashion, and we know that. I'm just curious to know where Ms. Setzler is going with this line of questioning. Perhaps we'll give her a little leeway here and figure that out.
Well, I'll get to it later in the testimony, so if it's an issue, you can raise it at that point. I just was trying to lay the foundation. So, Mr. Hines, you reviewed the application and the testimony. Was there anything that struck you as inconsistent with Mr. Zumpano's proposed woodworking shop from your experience?
Well, from my experience,
Inconsistent, I'm sorry, I'm going to object. Inconsistent with what?
With his experience was the question.
But he said, the question was there anything inconsistent with his woodworking shop?
In your experience. He's an expert.
Right. I'm just not sure that after the back and forth, I understand what question's on the table.
Okay. Let me just rephrase it.
Thank you.
Mr. Hines, you reviewed the application and the testimony. In your experience in woodworking, was there anything in Mr. Zumpano's present garage that struck you as extraordinary in your experience?
I was struck by the size of it, that it was rather small. In my experience as a woodworker, when we were running a cabinet shop, it was a much larger shop. And in order to turn a profit in that shop and actually make a living, you would need more than one person or two persons to do a lot of the small work like sanding and finishing and so forth, while an artisan would do the creative work of making the furniture, laying out, drawing, and so forth. So I was struck by the fact that it was, I believe, around 500 square feet. And knowing my own shop at home where I work, which I testified was 700 square feet, I have difficulty with some dimensional lumber being able to move it, work it, and trim it and so forth in that shop without having a longer area to work in. I mean, just to elaborate, I have what I call a cutoff saw, but it's a radial arm saw to most folks. And I have that set up so that I can use a stairway coming into the shop from the outside, the stairway, I can open the door of the stairway going upstairs, and use that entire bed to move lumber in and out to get the right lengths and cut lumber to size. And, I'm thinking maybe dimensional lumber like a piece of pine. Get from a lumber yard, it's usually anything up to 16 feet in length. So to do that in a 500 square foot shop is very difficult.
So your concern would be that the actual use of that space would exceed the 500 square feet?
I would be concerned, and if I were working there, I would want more space.
And how about storage for wood?
Storage in the shop is always a problem. When I first started my shop at home, I had lumber storage down there, and I've since moved that to an outside garden shed because it's just not enough room when you're trying to work around the equipment and do assembly work and those kinds of things.
And you reviewed what was marked as JB 24, photograph 1 and photograph 2. I think everyone has them of the shed. I'm going to hand these to you. And can you opine as to the material on the side of the garage?
Well, what in this, the second photograph, which is a larger view, it shows wood leaning up against the shed, which appears to me, when we saw lumber and saw a tree, which I've done a lot of, I don't do it myself, but I have a sawmill do that. It looks like pieces that were flitch cut, which means they were, instead of squaring a log up, you take the log and you saw from one side and continue sawing through the log, get boards, and then what it looks like, those boards are leaning up against the shed. One of the reasons to do that is that if there's a certain grain in the wood, you would want to, perhaps if you're making a door, you would want to match grains and so forth, so you do a flitch cut and you continue to take them, you keep them together, and then when you're making a piece of furniture, you can match grains so you can enhance the beauty of the piece. The other pieces look like, they're not dimensional lumber from a lumber yard, but they look like thick planks that one would use to make moldings and feet and other parts to a cabinet.
Okay, thank you. And I know we talked at some length about your shop, and you have climate control in your shop?
I do.
And what is the purpose of that in your use?
To maintain the equilibrium in the wood. Wood is a natural product and will absorb moisture. And if you don't, when you're making a piece of furniture, wood is constantly in motion. One of the things you have to consider is how that wood will move and to what extent it will move. And the only way to do that is to make sure you start with a stabilized piece of wood. I will typically, I keep my wood in a garden shed where it's protected and dried from the weather. And when I move it into the shop, I'll leave it in there. I'll run it through the planer, get it close to the dimension I want to use it, and then let it sit in the shop for a bit to acclimate. I use, I keep the shop air conditioned in the summer, of course, air conditioning for heat in the winter, and also dehumidifier and a humidifier to manage a relative humidity in the area.
And do you recall in anything that you reviewed that there was any storage or temperature control or areas where those functions would be provided in the 500 square feet?
I did not see that.
Mr. Zampano, at the last hearing, which you were present, is that correct?
That's correct.
he provided what we've marked as, what has been marked as Exhibit A18. And have you had an opportunity to review this list?
I've looked at the list, yes.
And, yeah, there.
Oh,
There's just stuff together.
Okay.
Okay. First of all, we talked a little bit about the Festool brand of machinery. Can you comment on that?
yes. Festool has been around for a number of years, but in recent years, they've been known to create an exceptionally good woodworking tool. And those types of tools are used a lot by contractors to do woodwork. And they're actually, I don't own any Festools, but I'm familiar with them because my son is a general contractor and he does own them and use them. But one of the reasons I don't own it is because the expense of them. And in my years, I don't need any more equipment at this point, and I don't see any benefit of expending more funds for more tools than I have at the present time.
And on the second page is a listing of equipment. And have you reviewed that?
I have.
And in your expert opinion, is this a sampling of what one would typically find in a home? I think we've been using the term hobby accessory use wood shop.
I would say that the extent and number of these items are beyond what one would normally see in a home hobby shop.
And I also note that there's a Grizzly oscillating spindle sander. Are you familiar with the Grizzly brand?
I am.
And we have marked exhibit neighbor 2. Can you describe for the supervisors what that is?
A2 is a photocopy of the front page of the Grizzly catalog, which I have here. You're certainly welcome to have, as I had purchased in the past tools through that catalog.
And the title of the catalog is Grizzly Industrial.
That's correct.
Is it your understanding that Grizzly produces industrial and commercial grade equipment?
If you look through the catalog, it certainly has a number of items that are huge for metal and woodworking, and are intended for production use.
Mr. Hines, as a woodworker or fine woodworker, clearly your work is extraordinary. Would you also consider yourself a contractor or a general contractor?
No, I'm not,
Why not?
because all I do is fabricate and make things in my shop. I don't typically go out. I don't mean to say I haven't, but if someone wants something like a cabinet, I will make a cabinet. They will have to have someone else install it. I don't go out and try to fit things into someone's home or make adjustments, that kind of thing. You
don't create decks or remodel homes or any of those?
No, I do not.
We have marked East Goshen Township zoning ordinance A2. And I'd like to hand you a copy of this. And I just have 2 questions. I don't know that everyone needs to pull it out. They're pretty specific questions. In the standards for accessory uses, is one labeled nuisance? And effectively, it says that there shall not be equipment or process used in a home occupation which creates noise, vibration, odors, dust, or interference detectable to normal senses beyond the property line in excess of levels customarily generated by a residential use. When you look at the operation that Mr. Zumpano is proposing, do you have an opinion as to whether or not the equipment he has would be noise that would exceed the property lines or be a nuisance?
I'm going to object to that because it's interpreting a section of the zoning ordinance, and that is a finding of fact that the Board of Supervisors is ultimately going to have to decide as to whether or not Mr. Stefano is compliant with it.
I can rephrase the question.
Please do.
Mr. Hines, you're familiar with the equipment that is listed on the equipment list?
Yes, I am.
Can you describe the noises that are made by the various pieces of equipment?
I'm going to object to that. Again, he's not an expert in noise. He's an expert in woodworking, and I'm not exactly sure how he's going to describe noises and be objective in such testimony.
He uses the equipment, he knows the noise, he can describe the noise.
I think it's fair. I think to the extent Mr. Hines can articulate what types of noises this type of machinery makes, so be it.
Thank you.
I can tell you first that most woodworking equipment, when you're operating it, does make a distinct noise, different sound levels, and it depends on the type of blade. Sometimes you have, I can tell you, an incident where the radial arm saw that I use, a 12-inch blade, and that radial arm saw is actually made in 1945, and when I acquired it, a homeowner had gotten it from somewhere, and he was afraid to use it because of the screaming noise of the blade. I wouldn't want to use that blade either. It was a very cheap blade. So I immediately, at a greater expense than I paid for the saw unit itself, I put a new blade on it, and it does not affect me, although it does make a distinct noise, and as most woodworking equipment does. I can tell you that if in my shop is because it's in the basement, I went to extraordinary measures to insulate it very heavily with rock wool, mineral wool, which is a sound deadener. And my wife can tell me when I come up out of the shop, she'll say, "Oh, what were you turning on the lathe?" Or what were you running? What were you running through the planer? So each one of these items has a distinct sound that you can tell, and I would, in my opinion, liken it to someone that works, if you live in a development, which I don't, but I've been in developments where people are doing woodworking and they're out in the garage doing a Saturday morning project. You can hear someone running a saw. I mean, it's a distinct noise that is different than other noises that you would hear around other activities in a home. And I think that's the only thing that I want to mention about woodworking equipment. I've tried to do everything I can to deaden the noise in my shop, just for the fact that my wife and before that the kids were upstairs and wanted to carry on a normal residential use.
And how about your dog?
Well, I always have a dog with me, and right now the dog I had doesn't get down in the shop with me. The one before did, and he would lay down there and he always chewed on a block of wood. And whenever I would start one of the routers, and I have probably about 6 or 7 different routers that I use to make moldings and so forth, if I started a router, he would immediately leave the shop because of the noise and how it would affect his hearing, or his well-being, I guess, not his hearing. He would not stay there.
So Mr. Zampano's sound expert stated in his report that the sound emitted by woodworking is the type of sound both in level and frequency, content, and pitch customarily generated by a residential use. Do you agree with that statement?
Again, I'm going to object because he's not an expert in sound.
He's an expert in woodworking.
He's trying to contradict an expert opinion from someone who's an expert in the propagation and the nature of sound. And it was indicated that we would not have expert testimony on sound. He's not an expert on sound.
I disagree. The statement said the sound emitted by woodworking, and Mr. Hines is a woodworking expert. He can speak to the sounds emitted by woodworking.
I'm going to overrule the objection. I'll allow the question and the answer, and just be advised that the board is aware that the noise expert provided by the applicant testified as to the noise, whereas Mr. Hines is providing expert testimony as it pertains only to woodworking and not to noise.
As everyone has clearly stated, I'm not an expert on sound, but I can tell you that woodworking equipment does emit a distinctive noise that is different than other noises that you would typically have in a home.
And does it change in frequency, content, and pitch?
I'm going to object. That is clearly expert testimony on
It's
sound.
the question that I asked. I'm asking the same question in detail.
We could have had our expert listen to this testimony, but we indicated that there wasn't going to be any expert testimony on the sound. A. B, I think this goes beyond his expertise in woodworking concerning the pitch.
I do think that we're kind of crossing the line here in that it hasn't been established that Mr. Hines has any sort of specialized knowledge or expertise in pitch versus tones versus those sorts of things. And I think you are asking for very specific information. So from the lay perspective, fine, but I would ask that a foundation be laid first.
Well, let me just ask you this, Mr. Hines, in your lay and expert opinion, are the sounds annoying?
They can be.
And Mr. Thompson on Boarg asked you about your shop. How did you end up with 700 square feet?
My home's well over 100 years old, and it was a tenant house on a farm when we purchased it. And we had 3 children, and it's not a very big home, so we decided to add additional living space. And at that point, I wanted to take advantage of that construction. So as part of that, we added the additional living space upstairs, and I took advantage of it to create a shop underneath that living space with an outside entrance.
And do you have neighbors within an acre or so?
Not within an acre. My nearest neighbor is probably a quarter of a mile. And actually, you can only see a portion of roof lines of
Excuse me.
2 of the houses.
I
I'm sorry.
did not hear, Mr. Hines, I did not hear the beginning of your last statement.
Okay, I apologize. I got to hold this thing up. Sorry. Where did I start? With the beginning, we created the shop as an opportunity to do that when we needed additional living space in our home, which is a smaller home. It was a tenant house on a farm, and we needed additional space, so we created living space upstairs. I took that as an advantage to add a shop underneath with an outside entrance.
After that, you just started something new. I didn't hear the beginning of what you were about ready to start.
And the question was, how close are his neighbors?
Oh, I'm sorry.
A quarter of a mile, I heard that.
Yeah, the nearest home is probably a quarter of a mile, and I cannot see any of the houses. I can just see roof lines on 2 of them.
And your shop, Mr. Hines, I know you're modest, is actually on Chester County Day?
Yes, it was.
And your home?
My home, actually. Actually, the home was open for Chester County Day because the furniture I've done, all the furniture in the home I have made, and because it was a tenant house, the property was pretty much 100 years old. It was pretty much devoid of cabinets, closets, and any typical molding. My home is a lot different now, and it's the woodworking I've done in the addition. All the woodworking in the addition, including the moldings, doors, everything I made specifically for that purpose.
And Mr. Hines, in conclusion, after reviewing the application, Mr. Zumpano's testimony, the list of equipment list, do you have an opinion as to whether or not this is a typical accessory use or something more akin to a commercial use?
I'm going to object again. He's not an expert in land planning. He's just an expert in woodworking.
he understands the difference between the two uses. He's qualified as an expert in commercial and residential woodworking.
Right, and your question deals specifically with a request for an opinion as to compliance with the zoning ordinance. So
It was whether it was more typically a residential use or commercial use. I did not reference the zoning ordinance.
could you rephrase your question then in that more direct fashion?
Certainly. Mr. Hines, after reviewing the application and the testimony of Mr. Zampano and the exhibits available to you, in your expert opinion, do you have an opinion as to whether or not the proposed use is more of a typical residential use in your experience or a commercial use?
Again, I'm going to object that calls for a differentiation between a commercial and residential use, and that's something that a land planner would identify.
Which he's qualified to do as an
Well,
expert.
She did not ask him to be qualified as an expert in
In
land planning or
woodworking.
zoning.
Woodworking.
Mr. Hines was recognized by the board as an expert in woodworking, so he'll be rendering his opinion for that question in that regard, not as a land planner. The board is well aware that Mr. Hines has not been offered or accepted as an expert in land planning, so I'll overrule the objection and allow the answer.
It is my opinion that the shop is more than just a home workshop.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Ms. Boswell, do you have any questions for the witness?
Mr. Hines, would it
Microphone.
Mr. Hines, would it be fair to characterize the area in which you live as a rural, has a rural character?
I would say yes.
And also, I'm curious, would you be able to describe what's involved in refinishing furniture?
I have done refinishing of furniture and repair of furniture, both in the cabinet shop and at home. Mostly the stuff I've done at home is for benefit of friends and family.
Would you be able to describe the process of what one does typically to refinish furniture?
Well, if you're going to refinish furniture, you have to first determine what the finish is that's on the furniture. If it's varnish, you have to use a paint stripper, paint remover to remove it. You can use a cabinet scraper to take it off. One of the things that you should be aware of that you don't want to change the nature of the appearance of the wood. So if you take it beyond the aging process and really like sand it down or plane it down too far or scrape it down too far, it looks like new wood instead of old wood that has a new finish on it. So you have to be very careful to what depth you do these things. If you're talking about a shellac finish, which is basically almost a natural finish, you can melt that with using denatured alcohol. And typically, if I find that in most old pieces will have that on a majority of the furniture, you can take a piece of steel wool and soak it in denatured alcohol and gently clean off the old finish and get it prepared to put a new finish on it.
So is it fair to say that you strip off the existing finishes in order to refinish it to the client's specifications?
That's correct.
Do you have water available in your shop?
I do.
Do you have any thoughts as to lack of water in a shop, as to the ability to maintain a safe shop?
Right.
Fire hazards, for example.
I do not have water in my shop for the benefit of fire protection, but I use it for some of the stones that are used for sharpening are called whetstones, and I have a grinding wheel that goes through a water bath for sharpening special chisels and so forth, and so I need water for those. So I have water for those kinds of uses, and I know Mr. Zomano testified about using waterborne finishes or water-based finishes and stuff. I've tried using them and I don't like the nature the appearance they give on the wood, and I have a very difficult time with those types of finishes, so my finishes are basically varnish or shellac or lacquer.
Thank you.
Mr. Millier, do you have any questions for this witness?
I do not.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Thompson?
Thank you, Mr. Hines. I just have a few questions. You talked about the size of your woodworking shop at your home in West Bradford Township. You indicated that that was about 700 square feet in size.
That's correct.
And you do make these items out of wood in order to sell some of them, correct?
That's correct.
And you would agree that is a commercial use?
When you're selling something, I believe that is a commercial use.
And I think you indicated that there is no permit in West Bradford Township for such an accessory commercial use. Is that fair?
That's fair, yes, sir.
Okay. So what size wood shop, at least in your opinion, if 700 square feet is still an accessory commercial use, where would the line be? How big of a wood shop would you have to have in order to have a commercial use?
I would say that if I were going to open up a shop, first off, I wouldn't open up my home. I would go to another area, but it would be a minimum of 700 square feet.
Okay. And how many tools do you have in your woodworking shop?
Power tools, or
Yes, power tools.
if you give me a minute to go through my mind, it's
Sure.
count. There's 9 power tools.
Okay.
These are not including things like routers, power drills, and those kinds of things. I'm talking about things that are basically stand.
These are the tools that you would put in a stationary place on the floor.
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay.
That's what.
And so you have other tools that you would describe as hand tools that you would plug
That's
in?
correct.
Okay. And you store those tools in your shop and you use them when you need them, you pull them out?
That's correct.
Okay. And I think, did you testify that you did have a tool with the brand Grizzly?
That's correct.
Okay, so you do have Grizzly, and that was a tool that would have been in the Grizzly industrial catalog here.
That's correct.
Okay. And I think you had mentioned the brand Festool as being, I guess, is that like a high-end tool brand?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Other than the expense of the tool, though, you could buy a Festool and tool and use it, correct?
That would be correct. Yes.
Okay, and that wouldn't necessarily change the nature of your woodworking shop, would it?
Well, some of those tools listed I wouldn't have in the shop, but the sanders that are listed, those kinds of things, maybe the dust collector, I would have in the shop. Yes.
Okay. Do you do have a dust collector in your shop?
I do.
Okay. So you understand that Mr. Zampano's application indicates that he has a limited space to work with, 500 square feet. Is that correct?
I understand it. Yes.
Correct. And he could have is your testimony that it's a limited size, but would it be possible to have a woodworking shop in an area of 500 square feet?
It would be possible, but it would limit what you could do.
And I think you testified that when you worked at the shop in East Bradford Township, there were 2 to 3 people working in that woodworking shop at one time?
That's correct.
Okay. And would the number of people working in a woodworking shop make a difference to the size necessary for that shop?
Yes.
And one person could operate within a 500 square foot area for woodworking?
Yes.
Okay. As far as storing wood, there wouldn't be anything preventing Mr. Zampano from accessing wood that's stored off-site, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And as far as the wood that was in the exhibit, I think it's JV 24, other than what you saw in the picture, you're not, you don't know about the quality of the wood, or you have no knowledge as to what Mr. Zampano was actually going to use that wood for.
Absolutely not.
Okay. And you testified about having climate control and that being something that is advantageous to a woodworker, but not having a climate control in a woodworking shop that wouldn't prevent someone from working with wood, would it?
I would be extremely concerned because I use glue that's water-based, basically, woodworking glue. You don't want to have frozen, you don't want it to change temperature all the time. And I have had my equipment in other locations, and when you have a change in humidity, change in temperatures, you get a lot of rust, and it's very difficult to maintain it in good condition.
Right. So not ideal conditions, but certainly you could work with wood in different temperatures.
You could, yes.
Okay. And you had mentioned the sound of a radial arm saw, is that correct?
That's correct.
And looking on the list of power tools, do you know whether or not Mr. Zappano has a radial arm saw?
Let me look at the list again. I don't see a radial arm saw on there.
And would you agree that a home occupation by definition would be a type of commercial use?
I'm not sure what would be like.
Well, if you're making things out of wood like you do, you agree that in a wood shop that would be a commercial use, correct?
In a wood shop, if you make this for commercial use and you work in it, yes.
Okay. And Mr. Zampano's application is to make things out of wood in his wood shop in order to sell. So that would be a commercial activity.
That's correct.
Okay. If Mr. Zampano wanted to have a wood shop and just make things for his own pleasure, that wouldn't require a home occupation permit, correct?
The way I understand it, would not.
Okay. I don't have anything else. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hines.
Ms. Setzler, do you have any redirect?
Did the board have any questions?
Sure. I'll ask the board. Does the board have any questions for Mr. Hines?
I have one clarification question. I think you said that you didn't have a permit. In West Bradford, you have in your zoning such a thing as a home occupation.
We do.
Does it require a permit?
But a home occupation is permitted as long as it's something that's customarily conducted within a dwelling unit.
Is there a procedure? I'm trying to get the idea of the difference between what we have and what you have, so I can put the testimony in some kind of boundaries. You have what we have in terms of a home occupation.
If we allow a home occupation without permit, you don't have to get a special permit, so long as it's something that's customarily conducted within a dwelling unit. And so a woodworking shop like I have is not something that's customarily conducted within a dwelling unit. In other words, I wouldn't have my saws and equipment in my living room. It's not in the dwelling unit. So we're much more stringent in what we allow as a home occupation than your ordinance does.
I understand what you're saying.
Do any members of the public have questions for Mr. Hines based on his testimony? Ms. Setzler, do you have any redirect?
I do not.
Okay. We'll move along then. Could you please call your next witness? Thank you, Mr. Hines.
Thank you.
Jack, have a nice day.
I'd like to call Greg Jahanian.
Just like this.
Can Can you share with the Board of Supervisors your name and your address, please?
Yes, my name is Greg Jehanian, and my address is 1417 Bramble Lane, Westchester.
And where is your home situated vis-a-vis the applicant?
By drawing or just by
Just
saying?
by saying.
Oh, I'm on the southeastern side of this property line.
Does your property border the Zapano property?
Yes, we share a border.
Okay, and I,
Share a what?
Yes, we share a border. Yes, it's a shared border between the two properties.
and I'm handing you what we have marked as GJ1. And there's an arrow on that document. Is that your property?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and you have a flag lot,
Yes, I do.
so that's pointing to the area coming up into your,
Yes, the pole of the flag, yes.
okay.
Mhm.
And I'm handing you what is marked as GJ2. And this is your deed to your property?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And you purchased your property when?
August of 1997, 22 years ago.
And what's the configuration of your home? What's on your property?
On the property itself is a house, my home, a 3-bedroom ranch home. And behind it is a garage, which we call the barn, that I built starting the year that I moved in 1997, I believe.
And when you and your wife purchased the home, what appealed to you about the home in the neighborhood?
Well, it was beautiful. It was a beautiful home. We drove up. I believe it was our 33rd house that we looked at that year. And as soon as I drove up there first before my wife, the day before I was coming home from work, and I drove there. And it was beautiful. I drove up the driveway after talking to the realtor. I drove up the driveway and just fell in love with it. It looked like I was in the Poconos or something.
And has that appeal remained to this day?
Oh, yes, it even got better.
And do you have improvements that you've made to the exterior of your home?
Yes, to the exterior, I guess the biggest improvement would be it was so overgrown when we first moved there. I mean, it was just the whole back of the property on the south side was just overgrown with poison ivy. I mean, anything you could think of, you couldn't even walk through it. I'd say it encompassed maybe 3/4 of an acre of that 1 1/3 acre flag, which accompanies the flag lot. So it was all overgrown behind the house. You could walk around maybe 10 foot around the house, but it was just covered in weeds and overgrown with trees.
And how about a pond? Is there a pond on your property?
Yes, in 2015, after a lot of research with my granddaughter, who was really on me to build a pond, I researched for probably 6 months, YouTube videos, books, library, everything about how to build a pond, and how to build a pond correctly. I wanted to first and foremost, I wanted it to be safe. So they actually have, child-proof ponds, if you want to call it. It's just a landscape pond. It's not even 2 feet deep in the center, but it's 40 foot wide by 30. And I wanted to make it natural, but I wanted to make it safe. So this is called a step pond. The first 2 feet around the whole perimeter is maybe 6 to 8 inches. So if a child would fall, or even an adult would fall, you would fall and you would be able to just get right up. I mean, the water's only this deep. And then it would slowly go down to about 2 feet deep. And we quickly filled it with, we went down to the township pond behind us, which now is being dredged. I don't know if it's even filled with water, but we caught sunnies there and brought them up after we filled it with water. And how quickly it just turned to this beautiful place where all the wildlife gathered. I mean, it was awesome. First the fish, then the frogs, then the turtles, then the birds coming. I mean, it became a natural like habitat for wildlife.
And do you and your family and your grandchildren spend a lot of time outdoors?
We spend all the time out there. I mean, you know, unless it's raining. As soon as that car pulls up, my granddaughter now is 13, she's just turned 13. I think in the planning stages, she was like 8 or 9. My grandson, who wasn't even thought of then, he just now turned 3. She had the car doors. I hear the car doors, they run over, and within minutes, she has a frog or a turtle in her hand. And my grandson, he, you know, wants me to throw worms in there and watch the fish eat the worms and all, but it's the biggest thing. And they bring their friends. They live in the city. They live in Manningham, and you know, which is a nice place. But my granddaughter, she goes to a school. It's called Science Leadership Academy Middle School, SLAM. She's like, I call her like the mini biologist. She just loves anything that has to do with that. She brings her microscope over and we look at samples under things, tadpoles, this and that. So yes, we're totally outside, you know, in the yard the whole time.
And do you work or are you retired?
No, I'm retired.
So you're home?
I'm home and I'm up the clockwork at 4 a.m.
Okay. And how did you learn about the application from Mr. Zumpano?
It came in the mail, like it did to everybody within 1,000 feet.
And then other than the construction of the detached structure, have you experienced hearing, sawing?
Oh, yes, I did on, starting on May 29th, which I didn't know at that time when it was happening, that this was the first test that I saw, and I learned this after. It was the first test that was performed, decibel test that was performed by Mr. Gordon and Mr. Zampano and maybe some friends or something. I don't know that exactly. And I heard that, so that was the 29th, and the sawing went on continuously during the day until Sunday, June the 2nd.
And you said you were not aware of the scheduled sound testing. How did you become aware of it?
Well, I went on the website. I was checking because when we came to the planning commission meeting, it was, I believe it was May 5th or May 6th. I hope I got that right. I forget, but it was spoken then that we're going to have, the planning commission was speaking of a future decibel sound test. I stood up, I asked to be present, and I think it pretty much fell on deaf ears.
Okay, but when you heard the sound testing on the 29th, were you aware that it was scheduled that day?
Oh, no.
How did you hear about that?
I heard it. I heard the noise. So, or how did I know that it was later the sound? Because I saw it on the paperwork that came around.
But you heard the sawing?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
And were you on your property when you heard it?
Oh, yes, I was.
Okay, so when Mr. Zampano's sound expert said that you could not hear sawing beyond his property line, do you agree with that?
No, I don't. No, I don't.
And did you bring video with you?
Yes, I did. I bought video from that day, the
29th?
Yes, the 29th, and
Okay, so let's do one at a time.
yeah.
So if we can cue that video up, please. And did you take this
Well-
video yourself?
Yes, I took the video myself.
On what kind of equipment?
It was on an iPhone 6 Plus.
And did you monkey with the volume beyond what you normally use?
Not, but I did have the volume up high because just using iPhones and just general things, you want to catch sound. You can catch something accurate. Of course, you can hear in a party. You can hear people talking. You can hear what they're saying. Everything's fine. For instance,
But my question is, did you turn the volume up to record this video?
oh, yes, I did.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Which one?
Well, if we're gonna go with that day, the 29th, is that the day we're gonna go with first?
Right now.
Okay, so it'll be, so it's not in, well, okay, well, I'm gonna
Mr.
explain
Boarg,
it.
why don't you, just do the first one and then we can explain what it is. Right.
Video one, okay, video one isn't the 29th. It says the day that it's on there,
I'm
which
going to object to this video. Would you pause it? I don't know what this video is.
Sure. So let's, before we click play, let's establish which video is being played, as recorded on which date, and what it purports to show.
Okay, and you clicked it on and then you saw the date. What was the date of that video?
the date of that video, I have it right here, I just need to look at it again, I think it was
It's
June,
up on
I
the
think it was
screen.
the 31st. May 31st, 12:51 or 12:52, I can't see it from right here, to be honest with you. Yeah, 12:53,
Is that at lunchtime?
yes.
And were you taking this video?
Yes, I did.
And what caused you to take this video?
Well, what caused me to take the video was earlier, throughout the whole morning, I was hearing the whining sound coming from C&Z, or I should say CZ Woodworking area.
And let me stop you there. Was this in any way related to the construction of the structure?
No, the structure was already up
Okay,
and sitting pretty much idle, I thought, the whole time before the 29th.
were you inside or outside when you heard the whining sound?
Well, we hear it from inside, but this morning I was on the outside when I heard this particular warning. I was on the outside when it started,
And,
hours before.
and where on your property, where were you when you videotaped this?
I was on my property, standing in front of the pond.
And have you drawn a diagram?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
There's two diagrams there. The front page is what I entitled Site Plan 1 that accompanies video number 1, which we're about to see.
This was not pre-marked because Mr. Janinian brought it this evening, so I have marked it as GJ4. Okay, so I've handed everybody, who prepared this document?
I prepared this.
And did you perform all the measurements?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so we're talking about the video on May 31st. And can you acclimate us to this sketch?
Yes, this sketch is showing, well, it shows clearly Zampano property and my property. My property is the one with the most drawing dimensions on there. It says a house, then there's the blue representing pond, and then there's the barn behind it. There's a series of dimensions on there. All the border dimensions come from my deed, and the ones that are interior to that are taken from a 300-foot ruler.
Okay, so with that in mind, the video, what is letter A depicting?
Letter A depicts where I start the video, and letter B by the barn is where I end the video at.
So the barn is a distance further than the pond from the Zumpano property.
Oh, yes, the barn, if you look where the barn in the letter B is, it's 315 feet plus or minus to the borderline, shared borderline of our properties.
And when you took this video, does it accurately reflect what you were hearing on May 31st, 2019 at roughly the noon hour?
In the sense that you can hear it, but you can't hear what you would hear if you were there in real time.
Explain that.
Well, it's like I was talking earlier about with an iPhone. You can take a video of your iPhone at the Eagles game from 700, you could take it from any level. And if you come home and show somebody, they're not going to hear the sound that you heard while you were at the game. So you can get a good representation of what it sounded like, but you will not at all feel the loudness or hear the loudness of what you're about to hear.
Okay, so let's watch the video and then I'll have you comment on that again.
And I'm going to object to the video. First, I don't think the foundation has been laid. I have not heard the witness indicate that he actually saw anyone making the noise. So I guess what I'm hearing is this is supposition, unless Mr. Jahanian actually saw Mr. Zumpano using a power tool in his property. The noise could have been coming from anywhere. That's my first objection. I don't know if they want to try to lay that foundation. The second objection would be we've got numerous indications where you've got a volume on the TV set. I think Mr. Jahanian said he's got a volume that was fully up on his iPhone. So I think the volume is something that really can't be quantified. So we don't know what that sound actually represents in the real world.
I think he can describe the video. It was his impression of what he heard that day. He testified it was from the property, and he subsequently confirmed that it was the sound test performed for the planning commission purposes. He can authenticate the video when we see it, and he can give you his impressions of the noise. I think his testimony just was a moment ago that it will not even be as loud as the impression he had when he was actually there.
Okay.
We
Again,
permitted videos from other witnesses,
we have nothing to quantify the volume,
and we didn't with Ms. Beans either.
We did not. Objection is certainly noted. We're going to treat this and these videos the same way we treated the previous video. We'll play it one time, and we'll get the specifications, to the extent that we have them, as far as where the source, what it's being played on. But the objection's noted, and then perhaps after the video is played one time, Mr. Jahanian can provide a little more information as to his knowledge of the source of the noise, because I think that that's a valid point raised by Mr. Thompson. And
maybe he can testify first as to whether or not he actually saw where the noise was emanating from.
sure, let's have Mr. Jahanian answer that question.
Mr. Jahanian, do you know where the source of the sawing was coming from,
Yes, I do.
and where was that?
From the Zumpano property,
And how do you know that?
because I can't say who it was, I saw someone working on sawhorses.
Inside the garage?
Inside it looked to be the driveway and in the doorway of the garage.
Thank you.
I'm going to object again. I was at the sound test and there was nothing going on in the driveway.
This was not the sound test. This was when Mr. Gordon and Mr. Zumpano prepared decibel readings for the planning commission purposes on May 29th.
I thought this was the sound test.
not.
Yeah, I just think there's a
That's
little
what
bit
I've
of,
heard.
all right, can we just stop talking over one another? I think there's a little bit of inconsistency on the record because video one, if I'm seeing it correctly from my seat, suggests that it's recorded May 31st. There was prior testimony that the test involving Mr. Gordon occurred on May 29th. So I'm just a little confused. I think we're a little disjointed here.
I have video from the 29th. It's not up on the blue screen right now. The fellow that was here before only loaded the ones that I was going to show. I didn't think I was allowed to show the 5 or 6 that I had. So I asked him to put up the ones I prepared on this sheet, video 1, 2, and 3.
Okay, so videos, all right, let's start with video one, because that's the one we're about to play. That suggests, I think, May 31st, 2019, correct?
Correct.
What was occurring that day? A sound test or,
No, I mean, I don't know. No sound test that I know of because the sound test was supposed to be on the 29th.
okay, so as far as you're aware, it was just generalized woodworking from the Zampano property?
Correct.
Okay,
And again, I'm gonna ask that a foundation be laid and a question be asked as to whether or not he actually saw Mr. Zampano utilizing woodworking tools on his property.
I would like that question answered. Mr. Jahanian,
Yes.
on May 31st, what observations did you make of the Zampano property that leads you to believe that the noise was being generated from there?
I saw a person, but I cannot say it was Chris Zampano or not.
Okay,
I believe you'll see, it's very hard to see because the foliage is so, thick. You could possibly see it. I don't know if anybody will or not, but
Well, and I guess it's relevant because if the woodworking was going on outside of the building, then I don't believe it has any relevance to whether or not what the sound would sound like inside the garage with sound mitigation measures. So,
your point and your objections are noted. I do think an appropriate foundation has been laid. I do think that we should play video one. Well aware of your points, Mr. Thompson. Ms. Setzler, do you happen to have copies of what you handed to us for Mr. Millier and Mr.
Oh,
Fuji?
we certainly do. Yes.
Good. All right, we're gonna play this one time. Before we do, I'm gonna ask Mr. Gordon, as we did before, is this being played from a Dell laptop?
Yes, sir.
And what is the volume level as far as you're able to ascertain?
54.
Okay. Thank you. I'm gonna ask you to play it one time, and I'm gonna ask that no one speak during the video.
And Mr. Tahanian, was that sawing sound continuous through the whole video?
Yes, it was.
And you began the video near your home? Or was that the barn?
No, I began my video at letter number A with the circle around it in front of the pond, which is the far corner away from the Zampano property.
So you were several hundred feet from the Zampano property line with your property lines?
Yes, at least 200 feet.
And do you have another video?
Yes, I do. Video number 2, which is on the second sheet of this site plan. It would be site plan number 2. And that is the same type of legend. You'll see a letter A. This time I'm at my house. I'm standing on the driveway, letter A at my house. And I end up at B, down my driveway, but not over to the property line, just on my thing I made. It says source of noise, and that's where it came from.
Okay, and you could identify that the noise was coming from that source?
Yes, I can.
Okay. And may we see this video?
Well, again, I asked that a foundation be laid.
I'm gonna ask additional questions to try to foster this along here. What was the date of the video number 2?
Video number 2, I have to look at the screen.
Sure,
Real
please
quick.
do.
June 1st.
Yes, June 1st at 11:32.
AM, I assume?
Yes, I am. 11:32 hours.
And are you aware of any noise testing or sound testing having occurred on June 1st at 11:32 AM?
No, there was none that I'm aware of from any records from here, any sound testings from here, no.
Okay, and you testified that the source of the noise came from the Zampano property,
Yes, correct.
and you personally witnessed this?
Yes, I did.
Was the noise generated inside or outside of the garage structure?
It looks like, it's hard to say, but maybe people can make their own view when they say it. It looks like it's at the opening of the garage. It's hard to tell standing in or out. You'll see the foliage is so thick, it was very hard to tell. So that's why I can't say exactly.
Okay.
I guess I'd say that that's not a proper foundation. I did not hear him say he saw him working on the property, and that's how he knows the sound came from the Zampano property. A. B, he's talking about the garage. Mr. Zampano has a garage under his house. He also has a garage structure that he built.
Ms.
And that's which
Setzler,
garage we're talking about.
noted. Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Ms. Setzler, can you clean up?
Certainly. What you observed, Mr. Tahanian, was it from the newly constructed structure?
It was hard to tell. Like I said, there was doors up, there was
Let me ask you, was it in the house or was it in the garage structure?
I saw an open door at the house and an open door at the, structure, the accessory structure. At one point in this video, I believe, it appears there's somebody standing at the house, their home structure. And I believe it was, that's what I think I can see on this. Or anybody can have to make their own conclusions, I guess.
So did you see anyone?
I saw a person working, but I could not at one time could I ever say it was Chris Zampano or not. It was a person working, which I was told earlier was making bookshelves
Told by whom?
by Mark Thompson. Said that Mr. Zampano was making bookshelves that weekend or that week. He said that at one of the meetings here. I believe it was at the object.
And would that coincide with the dates that you heard the sawing from the Zampano property?
Yes, it would.
And you saw an individual working with equipment?
Yes, I did.
Again, I'm going to object. The witness testified that he thought he saw someone working outside of the garage that is attached to Mr. Zampano's house in the driveway. Mr. Zampano is allowed to use his own woodworking equipment in his driveway. I think
The relevant fact here is that that is not in the garage, where he is proposing the home occupation.
Okay. Your objection is noted. It's overruled. The video is potentially relevant. So the board will afford potentially relevant evidence. It's appropriate and deserve weight. Let's play video 2 one time. I ask again that no one speaks during the
Again, I'm
video.
just going to object on the basis of the volume as well.
Understood. Volume has not changed for video 2. Let's play that now.
Mr. Jahanian, for that video, were you entirely on your property line?
No, I actually wasn't on my property line. I was on my
Or your
property.
property?
Yes,
You didn't cross off of your property to videotape that?
no, it's 50 foot on my side.
And you have a third video?
Yes, there's a third video.
And this one was taken when?
This one was taken, I'm gonna have to look again. Third one was taken on May 31st at 12:43 hours.
Okay, and the first video was May 31st. Is this a successive video
Yes,
of the same, same time that you were videotaping from?
yes. Yeah, there was quite a few I took on May, on that day.
How long, to your knowledge, was the sawing going on that day?
Each day it was going on from morning till late in the afternoon.
Okay, so this is a second video on the same day of May 31st, 2019?
Correct.
And did you
Correct.
take this video?
Yes, I did.
And where were you situated when you took this video?
Okay, this one here doesn't have a site plan map, but I was standing in the front of my house where the word house is written on the right corner, but in the yard, on the corner facing the source of noise. So I wasn't behind the house this time. I was right on the very corner of the house, and I slowly walk up to about the letter B on site plan, number 2. So I wind up at about the same place that I was on the previous video.
I guess I would say that, again, I'm asking for the foundation to be laid, but I'm going to first object based on the fact that how many videos do we have to listen to? We listen to 2, and I think that we're duplicating the sound that Mr. Jahani didn't hear.
I do think it's a valid point. I mean, we're talking about the same day within approximately 10 minutes or less of one another. I'm just going to ask for a foundation as far as what differentiates. I understand the location, but they're very similar. What differentiates video 1 from video 3?
Mr. Haney, why did you take the second video?
This video has 2 really distinct features that are way different than the first one and 2. Being that when I start the video, you can hear a jetliner above, and it goes on for, I won't say how long, I'll let the people decide how long it goes on for. Then it slowly turns to a very familiar sound of a propeller plane flying overhead. All the while, you can still hear the whining of the saws.
Yeah, I'll renew my objection. If it's the same noise, I don't see why we need to continue to listen to more videos. And B, I have to say that he actually has, again, seen my client utilizing the tools on the property or where those tools would be.
It
In this
was
video.
the same day as video 1, so that it's exactly the same foundation. And in this video, I think you do have a point of reference when you have an airplane and a jet above and still hear the whining sound over the ambient noise.
I'm going to overrule the objection. All the points are noted. There is potential relevance here given the comparison devices of video 3, as Mr. Jahanian has explained, we'll hear. But it's not lost upon the board that we can't see the source of noise. Mr. Jahanian increased the volume on his phone. All of those characteristics, I imagine, apply for all 3 videos. So with that said, let's play video 3 one time. Again, the volume has not changed.
Mr. Jananian, you've been present during all of the hearings in this matter,
Yes, I have.
and you were present when Mr. Zampano's sound expert testified,
Yes, I was.
and he testified that in his testing, the noise of this operation could not be heard beyond the Zampano property line. Is that your experience?
No, it's not my experience at all.
Are you able to clearly hear the sound of sawing, continuous sawing on your property?
No, I'm gonna object again. This was sawing that was done in the driveway. It wasn't done in the building that the proposed use is proposed for. And so he's not answering the question as it relates to the proposed use. I
He's
think this
answering
is
it as
prejudicial.
respect to the videos.
The understanding that Mr. Jahanian is responding based upon the videos, which are based upon an uncertainty as to where the precise source of the noise was coming from. Is that fair?
I saw the garage door open of the home and the garage door open on the accessory structure. In one of the videos, I saw a person standing, walking, and working on the sawhorses. I can't tell if the sawhorses were in either garage or out. I could just see the silhouette of the sawhorses, something laying on top, and somebody doing, woodworking. But I couldn't see if it was in the doorway, on the concrete, or out. I could not tell in either one.
But the sound was clearly emanating from the Zampano property.
The sound was clearly
I'm
coming
going to
from.
object because she asked for it in relation to the sound test that our expert produced, and that is not what he's testifying to.
I will sustain the objection. I think Mr. Thompson's correct. The sound test was performed within the structure, which is the basis for the conditional use application. What Mr. Jahanian's described is something different. So if you care to ask questions along those lines, feel free. But I think that distinction needs to be drawn clearly.
Mr. Jahanian, let me just ask you, if the application were approved, how do you believe that will impact your family and the use of your home?
Well, it'll impact it greatly because not only can you hear it on the outside, you can hear it on the inside of the home too. On the
Again, I'm
weekend,
going to object because he is not testifying. We have not established what the noise is that he's testifying that he can hear. He has not established.
I would assert this objection. Mr. Zampano has asked for permission to use his woodworking inside of his garage structure. If he's not doing it there, then it's not the permitted use in any event. The sawing was clearly emanating from this property on a sustained basis over several days. And it was observed by a neighboring property owner, which is relevant to these proceedings.
All right, so
Mr. Zampano can testify where he was if it was not in the structure. He was making something, fabricating something on his property, frankly, without potentially permission.
So
I'm going to object to that because there's no foundation for that. He's allowed to use his domestic power tools in his driveway. That's an exception to the noise ordinance. And as long as he wasn't practicing the business which we're applying for here tonight, then I'm going to object to that.
I'm going to sustain the objection, and I think it's appropriate for Mr. Jahanian to opine as to how he and his family's lives might be affected based on noises and observations he's heard coming from the Zampano property to date, realizing that we don't know necessarily and with certainty where that source of noise was generated from.
okay, my life, our family life will be greatly impacted. And that's not me wondering, that's me knowing, because what I witnessed over those days, there was no escape from that noise. Wherever I was on my property, I could hear it. Okay, granted, not as loud, 300 feet away, as 100 feet away. But in the house area, where my kids play, it's so loud, you would have to put hearing, on them. You'd have to put hearing protection, and nobody's gonna do that. Yeah. So that's how loud it is. I invite anybody to come out if they ever want to and hear it. So it will be greatly impacted because we can't use our property the way that we always have used it. It was a nice, quiet area, and now potentially from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., we're gonna be subject to this noise, to this whining noise that you can hear inside our house. My wife heard it inside our house, I heard it inside our house, and like I said, there's no escape. There's no escape from it on our property at all when it's going on.
Thank you. I have nothing further of this witness.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break. All right, we're gonna get started. All right, we're gonna pick up where we left off, and I'm gonna start with Ms. Boswell. Ms. Boswell, do you have any questions for the witness?
No, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Millier, any questions for this witness?
No.
Mr. Guja, am I saying that correctly?
You'll get it.
Okay. It's encouraging. Mr. Thompson?
I did email a video to Mr. Boarg, so I'm gonna have to see if I can pick up that on the end of my questioning.
For this witness?
Yeah, Mr. Tahanian, do you own power tools?
Yes, I do.
And how many power tools do you own?
Manny,
You own stationary power tools, such as the one Mr. Zappan is using?
no, I don't.
But where do you use those power tools?
I use power tools on my residence if I'm working on my residence.
Okay, so you use them for your own purpose? For own personal reasons?
For personal reasons, yes.
Okay. Do you own any other types of machinery, heavy machinery or otherwise?
Yes, I do.
What do you own?
I own a backhoe.
And you park that backhoe on your property?
Yes, I do.
And what do you use that backhoe for?
I use that backhoe for the same purpose I used it for the 20 years I owned it, to clean up my lot, to clean up other neighbors' lots if they so choose to need it, and to plow my driveway entrance. Basically, my entrance was I have a snow plow, but sometimes the township snow plows come in and I need it can't go through the ice, so I use my backhoe to clean up the driveway entrance of the snow.
And is this a full-size commercial backhoe?
Yes,
And do you believe that operating a commercial backhoe on your property is something that is customarily accessory to residential use?
Objection, but he's not the applicant here.
We're talking about noises in the neighborhood.
Well, then let's talk about noises in the neighborhood, not about whether this is an appropriate
Well,
residential
backhoe-
use.
Backhoe makes noise. So he's talking about the noises that he hears from Mr. Zampano's property. I'm asking him questions about the types of noises that he makes.
You didn't ask about the noise, you asked about an accessory use. If you want to ask about the noise, I don't have an objection to that.
Yeah, Mr. Thompson, can you rephrase the question and concentrate more on the noise and less on ordinance terms?
What type of noise does a backhoe?
the sound of a backhoe.
Where you are artful in describing the noise that you heard from Mr. Zampano's property. Does it sound like a diesel engine running?
It is a diesel engine running.
So it's the same sound as a diesel engine running.
It's the same sound as a diesel engine running.
How often do you operate the backhoe on your property?
The backhoe I use when I have to clean my yard up of limbs, broken limbs. This summer, I used it quite a bit for all the rainstorms we had and the flooding that we had. It washed out big portion of my driveway each time it rained. So I had stone delivered and I would use it to regrade my driveway.
Okay, did you clear an area adjacent to the Zampano property of approximately 4 feet by 25 feet?
Yes, I did.
And what did you clear that area for?
I cleared it.
Objection, relevance, it's his property.
Sorry, he's making noises and using commercial equipment adjacent to my client's residence, and he's talking about noises that he hears and the way it makes him feel.
And he's not an applicant applying for.
Well, the nature of the noise that's heard in the neighborhood is relevant to the application.
I agree, and I'm gonna overrule the objection.
What was the question?
Did you clear an approximate 4 foot by 25 foot area directly adjacent to the Zampano property?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do that for?
I cleared it in anticipation of my stone delivery to be dumped, so I didn't have to put my gravel all mixed with all my poison ivy and bushes and everything else that are there.
And you decided to have, a pile of gravel dumped directly adjacent to the Zampano property?
22 ton of stone got delivered, and in one day it was moved onto my driveway
With your backhoe?
with my backhoe.
And you have, I think you testified that you have a barn on your property?
It's a garage in the look of a barn. I call it a barn. There's no animals in there.
And are you currently making improvements to that barn?
No improvements, no to the barn.
And what do you use the barn for?
I use it for storage.
Is that where you use the power tools that you talked about earlier?
I only use the power tools on my house when I'm doing a project. If any tool gets used inside my barn, it could just be something from I'm working on a tractor or something.
So the use of power tools is something that you do as part of your residential use on your property?
Just like everyone.
Okay. And do you park that backhoe inside your barn?
No, it won't fit.
Okay. So you park the backhoe outside, on your property?
Correct.
Objection, how is this relevant? It has nothing to do with noise.
I'll move on. The videos, or at least the 3 videos that we watched, did you post those videos on YouTube?
Yes, I did.
And did you indicate on those videos that the sounds emanating were from my client's business?
CZ Woodworking is the woodworking business that is being for the application.
I think you testified that you couldn't see my client, or you couldn't tell what my client was doing on his property. Is that correct?
I said I couldn't see him in those videos
You've seen him in other instances doing what?
working.
And how do you know that that was associated with his business? Or let me rephrase the question. Do you know that was work associated with his business?
No, I do not know that.
But yet you still posted that on YouTube indicating that it was his business. Is that
Well, I
correct?
believe somebody who is applying for a wood shop on their property, and I hear woodworking coming from that property, I would gather that it would be that same woodworking noise coming from his property.
But you wouldn't think that it would be using his own power tools.
The point is, any power tool used in woodworking is going to make the same sound from if you're making something for your house or you're making something for your project. If I turned my back and the piece was being loaded onto a truck, I wouldn't know if it was going in his house or going to a job. I only hear woodworking tools. I have no idea where the work lines up at.
Can you play a video? I'm going to ask that Mr. Gordon play a video that was taken by Mr. This was taken on Tuesday, September 3rd. I'm sorry, Monday, September 3rd. Tuesday.
Play the video one time.
That's fine. Mr. Jahanian, were you using a power tool on September 3rd? On Tuesday, September 3rd?
Objection, we don't have any foundation for this video.
I-
We
I'm-
took it when it was taken, the date, and its relevance.
I'm not asking for it to be admitted into evidence.
Then it's prejudicial to show something and start insinuating questions regarding it.
The objection is that the video was played.
But the question was asked and the answer has not been given, so the objection is timely. I object as well. How is this possibly relevant? Mr. Jahanian does not have an application before this board.
He doesn't, but when we're talking about noise generated in a residential neighborhood and whether it meets criteria of the zoning ordinance, I do think that it may be relevant to hear one property noise generation versus another. And I think the question's been fairly posed as to whether Mr. Jahanian was using power tools on September 3rd. To the extent he knows the answer to that question, I think he should answer.
And whether the person taking the video saw him can lay a foundation that where this was taken, where it was directed, the same foundation that Mr. Jahanian was required for his videos ought to be applied to this video as well. Did Mr. Zumpano see him using them? How does he know it was this property? How does he know it was Mr. Jahanian?
I can do that on rebuttal, but it doesn't prevent Mr. Jahanian from answering the question.
I agree.
I don't think there's a proper foundation for the video.
I think Mr. Jahanian's answer to Mr. Thompson's pending question will demonstrate whether it's relevant or not.
Yes, I was.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Does the board have any questions for Mr. Jahanian?
My question to you is was it September 3rd when that video, when you were using a saw? Is that something that you normally do on a daily basis? Or was it for like a given reason, if you could expand on that?
Yes, it's not done on a daily basis. I can't even tell you the last time I used a saw. And it was for my garage door track that was loose down at the bottom. And I had this junk wood blade, and I'm trying to cut the 2x4 out. I didn't have the right tools to do what I was doing. So it was a mess, but I had to try to do it because my garage door wouldn't close properly.
But my question is this something that you do on a daily basis, or what as needed for a repair, yes or no?
It was as needed for a repair, not done on a daily basis.
Do any members of the public have questions for this witness? Ms. Sessler, do you have any redirect based on the cross-examination?
Just one, Mr. Jahanian, with respect to your backhoe, the same question that Mr. Batavio asked you, is that something you use on a daily basis, many hours a day, day in, day out?
No, it is not.
Do you use it on an as-needed basis?
Yes,
Do you use it to help the neighbors as well?
yes, mostly then.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Ms. Sessler, do you have additional witnesses?
I do. I would like to call Andrea Boehringer, please. Can you share with the Board of Supervisors your name and address, please?
Andrea Boehringer, 1423 Ardley Circle, Westchester.
And where is your home situated with respect to the Zumpano property?
We are directly across the street.
And I'm handing you what we have marked as V1. And there is a yellow arrow on there. Does that depict your home as it pertains to the Zumpano property, which is in red?
Yes, it does.
So you're directly across from Ardley.
Directly. Our driveway is pretty much line up. Okay.
And I'm handing you V2. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, this is when we purchased the house.
And what year was that?
2011.
And with whom do you reside?
My husband, Michael, my daughter, Alexandra, my son, Michael, and my son, Jacob.
And are your sons here?
They are. Well, they wouldn't pick up the dog, I think. So they couldn't wait any longer.
And let me just introduce these documents. I have a collection of photographs that I've marked as V3. Can you describe them for the board?
So that is our driveway, and you can see the Zumpano's new structure across the street. The first one with the big yellow Jeep. And the second picture is our backyard, the trampoline, taken from our deck, and that is our deck. And that is the side part. We have a pond back there and steps that lead up to the driveway there.
And does your family use the exterior of your home,
Yes,
your back deck?
yes.
And in the favorable weather, how often do you use that area?
Almost always. I mean, we work, but we eat out on the deck almost every night. We grow. We're out there. The boys play basketball. They're busy in school now in sports, but we've spent a lot of time. We moved from Devon, a quarter acre, and that's why we came here, was for the land and for the peace and quiet.
And can you describe the neighborhood and what appealed and continues to appeal to you?
We, like I said, we lived right behind the horse show for 14 years, a quarter acre. They built a house behind us and took our blue sky. And so we lived like that for a year. And I cried out gold because we were miserable because we could see and hear so much. And so my husband grew up out here on Clover Lane, and his parents lived on Line Road down East Goshen. And I always say that he had me on the hook as his grand plan to get me back out here to Westchester. I'm from Virginia originally. We considered Bowtree, Marydale, but when we found Ardley Circle, it was just such a quiet, we had neighbors, but you weren't really close to one another. And I knocked on the Drugan's door, they thought I was crazy. I said, we're considering buying the house next door, what's the neighborhood like? And she said, it's really quiet, there are a few kids.
You slow down a little bit.
Sorry, sorry, I just talk really fast, I'm sorry.
And you're nervous, correct?
Yes, so anyway, so that's how we landed, and it was a stucco house. Mark Caro pulled out. It was really arduous to get this house because it was a stucco issue house, and right before we closed, he said no deal. He wouldn't put money in an escrow. We said we would live there and go through the process. But we asked for money in an escrow just in case there was structural damage, and then but our kids were enrolled in East Goshen. There were no apartments that would take our dog. So we lived with my husband's parents on Line Road, poor people, because our kids were little. My son, Jacob, our kids were young. So we lived there, and then finally he decided to sell us the house in January. We moved in, and we finished the stucco mediation living there.
And since you purchased the home and moved in, what is your experience with the environment of the neighborhood?
It's so tranquil. It's very tranquil, very peaceful. There's not a lot of traffic. When my daughter was in 6th grade, when we moved here, and people would come to drop off their children and for play date, and everyone said, I lived in Westchester my whole life, and I had no idea that this was even back here. That's how I was introduced to the uniqueness of the neighborhood in which we live.
And you were present when Jennifer Bean testified?
Yes, I was.
And you were present this evening when Mr. Jahanian testified?
Yes, I was.
And are their descriptions of the neighborhood consistent with yours?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have an experience in July hearing woodworking at the Zompire property?
Yes, I've had several, but and I had video, but I didn't bring all my video. But this one was very profound.
Okay, can you describe what happened that day?
My husband and I left our office in Wayne. We went to the dealership to pick up my car, and there was a really bad storm. It took me took me a long time to get home because there were so many down trees and wires. July 2nd was a really bad storm. I was a nervous wreck. I could hardly see. The rain was coming down so hard. So I pulled into when I got home, I got out and I went to get the mail, and I said, what is that sound? And so I said, oh my gosh, what is that sound? So I stood at my husband's truck door because I had his car, and I just videoed. And then it was 4 minutes long. And so then my husband came and he needed to get down the driveway. So I got in the truck and I moved down. And then the second video is taken down at the base of our driveway, and our family room is right beside there, which is where we can hear the sounds. And I videoed from down there. the same thing. And then I just, I don't even know how long the sound went on. I just said, okay, I gotta go in. Had a tough day.
So could you identify what the sound was on that July day?
Not a sound I heard before the Zampanos moved in. It was a sound like a saw, a whining saw,
And could you tell where exactly it was coming from?
right across the street.
And could you tell whether it was from the garage structure from your hearing the sound?
Yes, that's exactly where it came from.
Okay. And did you bring a video with you?
Yes, it's up there.
And when did you take this video? What day?
July 2nd. It was about 8:30 at night, 8:50 something. I think it's the timestamp is on there.
And did you videotape this yourself?
I did,
And from what kind of a device?
my iPhone.
Just for consistency purposes, was the volume turned all the way up like it was with Mr. Jahanian's?
No. My phone is never turned up real loudly.
Okay,
My kids can never. I don't like to have my phone with me. So no, I don't know what volume it was at, but I did not go and turn it up. I did not do that.
okay. And just because I missed it, what was the date and the time of this video?
July 2nd, around 8:50 p.m. Mark, does it say? Alright. It was about 8:45 at night. My phone can turn my.
Is this the right one?
Yes, that's important.
And that again, for the purposes of the record, is being played from the Dell laptop, which has played all previous videos, and the volume remains at 54.
For purposes of foundation, I guess I'd ask, did she actually see anyone using a saw?
No. But it was a sound, it was a soft sound. I mean, I'm hearing it in my bedroom, so it wasn't the bird chirping.
All right, so the record's clear, you heard a saw sound from your property coming from the Zampano property,
That is correct.
but you didn't witness the sawing activity itself.
I guess I'm going to object, if it was coming from the vicinity of the Zampano property, it could have been coming from the Jahanian property as well. Directly adjacent.
Noted. And the board's aware, the board's aware of the circumstances of the video. At one time, and I asked that no one speak during the video.
Oh, no, that's the second one. Sorry. If you. The first one. It's thunder.
So Ms. Boehringer, during the length of that videotape, was the sound of sawing continuous to you?
Yes, it was.
And were you on your property the entire time?
Yes, I was.
And did you move closer to the house on the same day and take another video?
None further away from the house.
Your
Oh,
house?
closer to my
I'm
house.
sorry.
Yes, you moved closer to my own house for the next video.
And were the circumstances the same as the first video, which just a few minutes later?
A few minutes later.
And Ms. Boehringer, can you share with the supervisors if this application is not denied, how you believe this will affect your family and your home?
I initially was concerned about the traffic, in the cul-de-sac. I mean, our family, anybody who comes up in the cul-de-sac, our kids are, who is that? What are they in here for? So you don't come into our cul-de-sac unless it's for a reason. Lately, we've had a lot of traffic for the houses that have been for sale. That was my first concern, and now my concern is the noise, that will be a continuous sound that we can hear from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And it's not a pleasant sound to hear.
And will that affect your use of your deck and your exterior of your home?
Yes, I won't be going out on my deck. I'll just try to, play the TV or music or something to drown that sound out. I don't want to hear that sound.
And is that what you anticipate in a residential zone in East Goshen Township?
No, it's not a sound that we ever heard before. And it's not a sound that I've ever heard in any. I've lived my 52 years.
And you were present when Mr. Thornton testified, the sound expert,
Yes, I was.
and he testified that the sound of the sawing would not be heard beyond the property line?
That is correct. And he also did not do any sound testing on my property line, which I thought that was very interesting.
And from your videos and your experience since the Zupanos have moved into the property and the structure has been erected, have you been able to hear the sound of sawing from your property?
Yes,
And is the sound discernible from inside your house?
yes, it is. I have video from that. But hearing it, I perked up. I said, what is that noise? And then I opened up my window and videoed it again from the
So you can hear sawing when you're in
inside
the
my
house?
house. Yes, okay.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Ms. Boswell, any questions?
Hi, Ms. Boehringer. Do you find these sounds of sawing disturbing?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
No.
Thank you. To the other, thank you. Mr. Thompson, do you have questions on cross for the witness?
Ms. Boehringer, are you friends with Chris Zampano?
Objection, the relevance, how is that possibly relevant to a legal proceeding?
She has a relationship with him, right now.
I think it's a very,
Friendly relationship as a neighbor.
So what?
Is that an objection?
Yes.
What's the relevance?
Objection, the relevance.
Just contact this one before.
I think it's a fair question. It could have relevance. Let's hear the answer.
When Mr. Zampano moved in and his wife, we were happy to see children, and yes, and he played with balls and stood my voice, and so yes, we have been friendly. However, since this has all occurred, we say hello, we say good morning. There's no response from our people.
And on May 28th, did you call him to ask him to check on your house because you believed it was on fire?
I didn't believe what. Oh, we just established a friendship. I'm not sure what the relevance of the question is. That we communicated.
Yeah, just answer.
I didn't believe my house was on fire. The fire company had called. I had Chris's number. I knew he was home, and I talked with him. I just dropped my boys off, and I talked to him and the police officer. I got my number. I gave him my code to get into the house because my fire alarm had gone off falsely. They went into the house.
So let me get this straight. You called Mr. Zampano, you asked him to go to your house, you gave him the code to your house.
No, I did
I'm
not.
sorry.
I gave Mr. Zampano gave his phone to the police officer. I talked to the police officer from Mr. Zampano's phone, and then he gave it back. The police officer gave it back to Mr. Zampano. I'm not understanding what.
Did you hear any sounds of saws on May 31st?
I wasn't home on May 31st.
You said the video was taken on July 2nd at 8:50 p.m., correct?
That is correct.
And could you see anything actually taking place on the Zampano property?
No, it was a thunderstorm. No, I did not.
And could the sound have been a vacuum cleaner running?
Absolutely not. Do you know what a vacuum cleaner sounds like? That is not a vacuum cleaner.
Yeah, just answer the question. Don't ask questions of the attorneys.
Sorry.
Would it be fair to say that Mr. Zampano helped you out on May 28th when you called him?
Objection. How is this relevant to the application?
Mr. Thompson, this is not a person.
How is
I'm
this
sorry.
relevant? You can be friends with somebody. It doesn't mean you can't disagree with what they're doing. How is it possibly relevant?
Are we trying to go somewhere else with this, or?
I'm just asking if Mr. Zampano helped her out on May 28th.
I think given the prior questioning, it's a fair question. It requires only a yes or no answer.
Yes.
Thank you.
Would you call someone that you think wouldn't be the neighborly person that lives across the street from you?
Objection. This has nothing to do with being neighborly. This is a legal application that these neighbors have every right to weigh in on. Has nothing to do with whether you're friendly or say hello or share sugar over the fence. It's completely irrelevant to why we're here.
I'm going to sustain the objection. I think it's a fair point, and I think you've made your point, Mr. Thompson.
Oh,
Thank you. Ms. Setzler, any redirect based on the limited cross-examination of the witness?
No, thank you.
All right. Do you have any additional witnesses?
I do not. Thank you.
All right. Supervisor Shane has a question of the witness.
I have a question for you that, just to clarify comments that were made by you, by the expert witnesses, I remember them, because I want to do on the same page. I think you said twice, at least twice this evening, that their consultant did not say that the sound traveled past the property line. I believe that the consultant said that the requirement that we have in the ordinance didn't travel past the property line. They didn't say that other sound didn't go past the property line.
That was not my understanding, but the transcript will reveal his testimony.
Right. So to the extent that there's any discrepancy in what people think that they heard, the transcripts will be the ultimate determining
That's fine.
factor. Understood.
At least one of them's here, and I just wanted to clarify. because it's-
My understanding was he said this.
The record will speak for itself, so we'll move along.
May I offer for
relevant to this point, I think that the sound ordinance says, the sound cannot be certain decibel levels at or within. Everybody's been talking as though the property boundary was the limitation of what the ordinance says, and the ordinance actually says at or within, so
Okay,
I don't know.
fair enough. We have the ordinance at our discretion, we have the transcripts, and we'll allow you guys each to make legal argument when the record is closed, so.
And Mr. Jennings, I typically move my exhibits in. Will we do that all at one time?
Sure. That's one of the next steps. I want to allow the other parties to present their case if they have one, and then we'll do that collectively.
I'm just trained so I don't forget.
Understood?
Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. Mr. Millier, it's your turn now to present any witnesses or evidence that you may have.
Actually, let me go back to it. I have a couple statements that I wanted to read. Now, I don't know if it's not working.
Talk straight in.
I have a couple statements. Pretty loud. I have a couple of statements I wanted to read. I don't know if this is the proper time.
Okay, so let me just interject and try to figure that out. Are there certain facts that you want to introduce into the record that will help the board make a determination, or are these more statements of opinion that ultimately go to your position?
So I think I have two the smaller ones, and then I have like a big, long opinion that I like to read at with the public.
Okay.
And
Okay.
but I wanted to start and then tell me the first one actually is I am questioning the acoustic engineer's ability to establish a maximum sound level. And it's based off of what Mr. Marty Shane spoke about at the last hearing.
Okay.
It was also based on the testimony that I've heard from the acoustic engineer as well as the applicant.
Okay.
So that was the one. The
Right.
second one when
So
yeah.
let's start and we'll go down that road and just be made aware that once you start, the other attorneys can ask you questions based on your statements and your evidence.
Understood. I have two things I want to bring up.
Yes, let's swear the witness.
I do. So my first statement is questioning the acoustical engineer that the applicant hired, that he properly established a maximum sound level. Based on the approach, my big thing is not the volume that he heard or tested, but it's the approach.
Is this argument that we're hearing, or is this a factual statement?
I think parts are based on his testimony.
Mr. Millier was here when the witness testified, he could have cross-examined and asked questions.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. You were present when the acoustic expert testified and you were given an opportunity to ask questions. So do you have evidence that rebuts or goes to your ultimate point that you can present factually to the board for their consideration? Or again,
I
are
guess
these more
the first
opinion-based?
one, no, the first one was based off of the testimony from the applicant that not all the equipment was at the shop when the testing occurred. He had tools in a storage unit that were not tested.
Right, and we heard that. So do you have anything above and beyond that point?
No, I think everything else is in the testimony of the approach he took.
Okay.
So
It's a difficult distinction to draw, but again, anything factual that you can present the board with would be appropriate at this time. But anything that's opinion-based, anything that's a statement that goes to your opinions or your feelings as to the application or its appropriateness, we're gonna save that for later.
Okay.
So I don't want to deter you in any way.
you're not.
Okay.
Understood.
Okay.
The second, I'm just going to change topics. The second thing is, and this is easy, I think, but I just wanted to reiterate what some of the other testimony for the neighbors, which is if this is approved, I would hope and recommend that the board considers applying a restriction on the hours, in particular for, not for everything, but for the tools, the loud tools. I feel as the applicant originally proposed, which was a 9 to 5, which is a typical business hour, 8 hours for the noise-making tools. I mean, Chris can speak to this better than I can, but I do think that from 5 to 7 at night, there's quiet things he could do, like finishing the furniture and projects he's working on, considering he's working on 2 to 3 projects potentially at a time, as well as in the morning, there's planning, like setting up jigs, gluing, like there's quiet activities beyond all the paperwork and everything else that goes into a business. I just wanted to make that request while I had the opportunity.
Okay, thank you for that. Do you believe that the rest of your presentation is more opinion-based?
I do.
Okay, we're gonna save that for just a little bit longer here.
Understood. Thank you.
You can't have the microphone.
It turns off.
Sir, you don't have any witnesses or evidence to present? Okay, thank you. Mr. Thompson, do you have any witnesses that you would like to present at this time in rebuttal?
Yeah, I do have 2 witnesses I'd like to call on the project.
Okay, and are they both present here?
They are.
Okay, please call your first.
I'd like to call Ed Thurkoff.
Sir, if you could just raise your right hand. We're going to serve the testimony about the other day.
I do. While exhibits are being passed out, I just want to inform everyone that it's the board's desire to press on here this evening and attempt to finish the hearings. I know it's approaching the 9 o'clock hour and we've customarily stopped at around 9:30. We're going to continue on until we're finished here. Thank you.
Mr. Jennings, I apologize. I think we're at 8:20. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Good evening, Mr. Thurkoff. Could you please state your full name for the record?
Yes, Edward A. Thurkoff. I'm a registered landscape architect in the state of Pennsylvania and a land planner.
And how long have you been a professional land planner?
For a little better than 30 years.
And you have an exhibit that's marked A20. What is that exhibit?
That is my curriculum vitae.
And can you take us through that and explain your experience over that 30-year period as a land planner?
Yes, the CV describes my education. I hold a Master of Landscape Architecture from the University of Pennsylvania. I'm a member of the American Society of Landscape Architects and the American Planning Association. I have worked for 30 plus years in land planning and landscape architecture, beginning first for 7 years as a developer's consultant, then for about 4 or 5 years doing design build of primarily high-end landscaping projects, and since 1998 as almost exclusively a consultant to local governments.
Have you written zoning ordinances?
Yes,
And have you reviewed zoning ordinances?
yes.
And have you reviewed plans that have been submitted to townships?
You have just described about 90% of my workload,
And have you ever been qualified to testify as an expert in land planning?
many times.
Okay, in Chester County?
Yes, for both municipalities and for citizens groups.
I would request that Mr. Thurkoff be qualified as an expert in land planning and the interpretation of zoning ordinances.
Repeat that, land planning and
the interpretation of zoning ordinances.
Ms. Boswell, do you have any questions on qualifications or objections to that request for acknowledgement of expertise?
I do, yes. Just quickly glancing through this, it appears as though your focus, right, you have a master's in landscape architecture, correct?
That is correct.
I'm not clear on how much experience in terms of land planning you have versus landscape architecture.
Well, most recently, I have worked, as I said, almost exclusively for local governments dealing with issues of zoning, subdivision land development ordinance, land development reviews, and also larger planning projects like comprehensive planning, which is the foundational basis of zoning and other ordinances. And also open space and recreation planning, and all of the things that constitute local government planning and landscape architecture.
How about, I haven't heard you say specific experience in evaluating whether uses are permitted under a zoning ordinance?
Well, of course, because I do plan reviews as part of my business, and if something's not compliant, that would be part of my review.
And have you specifically reviewed whether a particular use is an accessory use?
Yes, we have reviewed accessory uses many times over the years.
And who is we? Is you personally?
Me and people associated with me.
You personally have reviewed whether uses are
Absolutely.
accessory. How about, have you specifically yourself reviewed whether things are home occupations?
I've written home occupation standards for zoning ordinances. I don't recall specifically.
Okay, I would object to accepting Mr. Thurkoff as a land planner and interpretation of zoning ordinances in this case because he does not recall any specific experience regarding home occupations and whether specific proposal is permitted as a home occupation.
Ms. Sefler, do you have questions on qualifications or objections to this proposed witness's
I do.
expertise?
Yes, I'm sorry. Mr. Thurkoff, I see your landscape architecture. Do you have any specific education with respect to land planning? Any formal specific education?
Land planning was part of the curriculum at University of Pennsylvania. It's also a sub-practice under the broad field of landscape architecture. It's the field within which I specialize.
So do you have any specific educational, my question is of you specifically with respect to land planning?
I think I just answered that in the affirmative.
I think you said it's part of the curriculum when you attended your landscape architecture. Was that the curriculum?
I said it's part of my curriculum and the majority of my practice. So yes, I have extensive experience in land planning.
Not experience, I'm asking you about your education, and you said that the University of Pennsylvania has it in their curriculum. My question is, when you attended, was that part of your curriculum?
Yes, that was part of our coursework.
Okay, and you said we, do you have other employees?
I have one employee at this time.
And what's the background of that employee?
I'm going to objection to the relevance of that.
I'd like to understand, he said we, I'd like to understand if they allocate the work among different disciplines.
What's the relevance as to what experience an employee of Mr. Thurkoff may have concerning his testimony here tonight?
I don't know that the experience is all that critical, but I think that, you know, what type of work that individual might do would be informative for the board, so.
I have an associate, a full-time associate who's been with me since 2012, who assists me in various aspects of my practice. She has capabilities I don't have, such as GIS mapping skills and a lot of CAD design skills that I don't have.
What is her educational background?
She is also a landscape architect.
Do you have anyone who's degreed in land planning in your firm?
There is no such degree as that I know of.
And when you work with municipalities, are you working, is it your firm alone doing the rewriting of the zoning ordinance, or are you working with other professionals?
Almost all of my work, I do myself, or Kelsey and I do ourselves. Occasionally, we will partner with other people who have practices similar to ours.
I would similarly object to the landscape architecture nature of the curriculum vitae is almost largely in that mode.
Okay, thank you. Objections noted. Mr. Millier, do you have any objections or questions for this witness on qualifications?
I have one question. Do you have any woodworking experience?
No,
Okay, yes, I object.
Okay. Sir in the back, do you have any questions or objections regarding, thank you. Okay, the board will recognize, despite the objections, Ed Therakoff as an expert in land planning and interpretation of zoning ordinances. Mr. Thompson, please
Thank
proceed.
you, Mr. Jennings. Mr. Thurgood, have you reviewed the application submitted for a home occupation by Mr. Zabano?
I haven't.
Have you reviewed the exhibits presented during this conditional use hearing?
I have.
And are you familiar with the provisions in the East Ocean Township zoning ordinance permitting a home occupation as an accessory use?
I am.
And are home occupations permitted as an accessory use to a single family detached dwelling?
They are.
And are there any requirements or standards that an individual has to meet in order to demonstrate that it's an accessory use?
There are a number of standards spelled out in the zoning ordinance.
Well, let's talk about those standards. Is the wood shop that Mr. Zampano is proposing as part of his business, is that proposed to be conducted entirely within an accessory structure?
It is.
Objection, is there a foundation that he's familiar with the property itself?
He indicated he reviewed the application. Okay, I'll ask the question. Are you familiar with the Zampano property?
I have not been on the property. I have looked at photographic exhibits and the Chesco views.
So you've seen aerials of the property in relation to the neighborhood,
Yes,
and you've seen pictures of the property,
yes,
and the pictures that have been presented as part of this application.
yes.
Now, is that wood shop use proposed to be conducted entirely within an accessory structure?
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay, and is the garage that you've seen in the pictures, is that an accessory structure in your opinion?
Yes.
And from reviewing the ordinance provisions in 24032J, how do we determine whether a proposed home occupation is accessory to a residential use?
It occurs when the primary use of the property is residential. To my knowledge, the applicant lives on the property with his family. And also the home occupation sets specific limits on the amount of space within the structure that can be dedicated to the proposed conditional use.
And what is that size limitation?
500 square feet.
And does this proposed use comply with that size limitation?
Yes.
We've seen pictures of the property. Is there any indication that a home occupation will be conducted from the property from the outside view?
There is nothing that would distinguish this building in terms of its use. It's a pretty nice looking garage.
And in your opinion, would the residential character of the neighborhood be changed in any way if the proposed use was approved?
Objection, foundation.
You just laid the foundation, and whether or not you would actually see something from the exterior of the property.
You can't tell visually what's going on. It looks like a garage.
There's objection on the floor.
Right, but-
It should be instructed on.
Mr. Thompson, do you have a response to the objections of Ms. Boswell and Setzler?
I guess I asked the witness, how could we determine that the residential character of the neighborhood was being preserved?
And did the two of you object to that question?
I didn't hear what he said. I'm sorry.
Mark, could you use the?
Can you use the microphone, Mark?
Sorry.
I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
How would the residential character of the neighborhood be preserved based on the proposed use?
And my objection is the foundation, he hasn't spoken about the residential neighborhood. So how can he know how it could change without us understanding his familiarity with this particular residential neighborhood?
And he has not been there, and some of the exhibits that he said he looked at are old, such as aerials that show a lot of offering that do not exist.
I'm going to sustain the objection and ask that Mr. Thompson qualify his question based on the limited or lack of visit to the neighborhood and the property.
How are you aware of the nature of the neighborhood?
Well, I'm aware that it's in a residential district. I'm familiar with residential zoning. I have looked at the exhibits in the application, and I have determined that the garage structure is architecturally consistent with residential uses. And in reading through the submitted materials, I understand that all of the activities are required to take place within this structure and therefore wouldn't be visible outside of the structure. So those factors alone would say that from the visual standpoint, there is no discernible impact on the residential community.
I think that was the answer to the question. Is a wood shop, strike that, has the township permitted any other wood shops as home occupations?
In the materials I have, there was one application for one from, I believe, 1992.
Okay, in your opinion, is a wood shop use something that you would expect to have permitted as a home occupation?
Objection, foundation.
Is that question?
Posed based on Mr. Thurkoff's experience in
It
land
is.
planning and
Yeah,
zoning ordinance
is in
interpretation.
your experience and based on the reading of your reading of the ordinance, is a wood shop the type of use that will be permitted as a home occupation?
Yes, as a land planner, I would say that the purpose for the home occupation provision is to allow people to earn their livelihood in an accessory, as an accessory use to their residential property. There is a list in East Goshen of specific activities that are not permissible as home occupations, and wood shop is not among those uses.
Okay.
So I would say wood shop is a permitted home occupation.
And would the fact that the township has permitted wood shops, a wood shop as a home occupation, and it dishes as to whether or not it's permitted as a home occupation?
Objection with the township's motivation is not something
It's
that
not the township's
witness can speculate to. I think that was the question.
In your opinion, given the fact that township has permitted a wood shop as a home occupation in the past, is that an indication that a wood shop is permitted as a home occupation?
I'm going to overrule the objection and allow the question to be answered.
I would say yes.
Speaking of the wood shop use, is Mr. Zampano's proposed wood shop different than any other wood shop a homeowner can have as an accessory use?
Objection. I'm sure there's a foundation for Mr. Thurkoff said he doesn't know about woodworking. He said hasn't recalled any home occupation application that he has dealt with. So I don't know and how he can speak to what a normal, whatever the question was, Mark, a normal other wood shop use.
Maybe you can phrase the question.
if you
You
can.
reviewed the tools and equipment that Mr. Zampano proposes to use as part of his wood shop?
I've seen the list of tools.
And you're aware of the space that he proposes to utilize those tools in?
I have seen the floor plan, yes.
And if he were a homeowner that wasn't proposing to actually sell the things that he made, would he be able to utilize that space as a woodworking shop?
Objection, it's this,
He's not a woodworking expert.
He's an expert in land planning and the interpretation of the zoning ordinance.
but he's evaluating woodworking equipment, which he's testified he's not familiar with woodworking operations,
You
so
didn't
I'm not
testify
sure.
that.
Let me finish, please. I didn't interrupt you. I don't know how he can testify as comparing wood shops when he testified he knows nothing about wood shops.
Mr. Thompson, do you care to rephrase the question?
Ed, do you have a working knowledge of what a wood shop is?
Yes.
And what is a wood shop?
A wood shop is a place where raw wood is fabricated into finished products made of wood.
And you were generally aware of the types of tools that are used in a wood shop?
I know some of them.
Okay, and are those the tools that are on the list that Mr. Zampano indicated were the tools that he plans to use?
Yes.
Okay, and what are those types of tools?
There are saws. I don't have the whole list in front of me.
Well, let me ask you this: Do you
There's
own
a joiner.
do you own any of those tools?
I have a chop saw, I have a rip saw, and I have some hand tools.
And do you use those tools to make wood things out of wood in your garage?
Yes,
Okay, on a limited basis.
to the extent of my ability.
Okay, but you're not an expert in woodworking.
I didn't testify to that.
Okay. As far as the garage that Mr. Zampano has on his property, what would be different from utilizing the tools that Mr. Zampano is using from any other homeowner utilizing those tools in his
Objection,
garage?
same objection. He hasn't laid a foundation for any other homeowner's accessory use in a wood shop. He testified he has limited tools. That is a quantum leap to comparing it to things that he said he's not familiar with.
I think he said he was familiar with these things.
I don't
I'm gonna
hear that.
I'm gonna sustain the objection and ask that a different question be
Okay.
asked.
Are you aware of whether or not a wood shop will be permitted as an accessory use under the zoning ordinance
As a hobbyist or something,
as a hobbyist?
yes, a hobbyist could have any woodworking tool that they want.
So a homeowner can purchase tools like the ones that Mr. Zampano used on their property and use those tools in compliance with the zoning ordinance?
Objection to what other homeowners do.
As an expert, he's allowed to answer questions that are hypothetical based on his expert opinion.
Of land planning, not of
Well, he's a
woodworking and of what homeowners generally do with regard to tools in their homes.
I'll allow the question to be answered to the extent that it is based upon land planning and interpretation of zoning ordinance and specifically not as it pertains to woodworking expertise.
Would you mind repeating the question?
Could a homeowner purchase the tools that Mr. Zampano has and utilize those tools as an accessory use on his property?
If it fit their needs and their budget, I would say yes.
And it wouldn't be a home occupation, correct?
Not if they're practicing it for a hobby or, for a non-employment purpose.
A home occupation is by definition a commercial use, correct?
Yes,
You wouldn't engage in a home occupation unless you were trying to make a commercial go of it. Is that fair?
right,
So you're trying to make money with a home occupation.
exactly.
And East Goshen Township specifically permits home occupations, correct?
Yes,
And they're permitted in the R2 zoning district?
yes, as long as the standards are met.
Okay. And making things out of wood and selling them, that's commercial, correct? There's a commercial aspect to that.
Objection, that has nothing to do with land planning. It's beyond his expertise.
I'm going to overrule the objection. I think it does ultimately relate back to the concept of home occupation and residential versus commercial versus industrial uses.
Making things out of wood, that's commercial, correct then?
If you're selling it, yes.
Okay, and that's a home, that can be done as a home occupation as long as you meet the standards, correct?
Yes.
Okay, now, is making things out of wood manufacturing too?
Well, to the extent that you're manufacturing something out of raw materials into a finished product, but not manufacturing in the sense of any scale.
So how is the scale determined for a home occupation?
Well, in East Goshen, it's set by the 500 square foot limit and the hours of operation and the limits of accessory parking that can be dedicated to the use, noise standards at the adjacent property line, things like that.
And that's what defines a permitted home occupation, correct?
Yes, also number of employees.
So you could have a manufacturing operation in another zoning district if it were permitted in that district, correct?
Right.
You could make things out of wood in the industrial zoning district potentially, or the commercial zoning district.
Right.
And would those uses necessarily, in your opinion as a planner, be more large scale type uses?
Yes, I would think that in general, they would want more than 500 square feet.
Okay. Back to the standards. Is any outside storage material proposed as part of this use?
No, it's not permitted.
Any employees?
A maximum of one.
And are the proposed hours within the prescribed hours in the zoning ordinance?
Yes, they are.
And based on the provisions in the zoning ordinance, does the zoning officer have the ability to inspect the use if a permit's issued?
I believe the permit renews once a year with a mandatory inspection at that time.
And based on your review of the application, are there any standards in section 240-32J that you believe are a problem from a land planning aspect for the applicant to comply with?
I would say probably the most salient one would be the noise standard and there was an expert on behalf of the applicant who testified that it fell within the ranges permitted by the township.
That's all I have for Mr. Thurkoff.
Ms. Boswell, do you have questions for the witness?
Yes. Mr. Thurkoff, you were asked a question about the exhibit introduced by the applicant. There's one other home occupation in the township for woodworking, is that correct?
Yes.
Are you aware of the zoning district? Are you aware of what the zoning district was on that property when the permit was issued for that use?
I don't know. I just saw it in the among the
Okay, and
exhibits.
are you aware of what the accessory use or home occupation standards at that time were?
I am not.
Are you aware as to whether that permit is still in effect?
I am not.
Are you aware as to whether any action was taken pursuant to that permit to make a piece of wood?
I don't know.
Are you aware whether anything made pursuant to that permit was sold?
I don't know.
So are you aware that there is any comparison to the proposed use this evening?
All I know is that an application was submitted.
Okay. And you said you never visited this neighborhood, correct?
Correct.
You said you viewed some aerials. Did those aerials indicate a lot of buffering?
They indicated some vegetation on the site and adjacent sites.
Did you review, I represent Ms. Jennifer Bean. Did you represent the exhibits that we introduced during this hearing? There were 34 of them. Did you review those?
I don't believe so.
Okay, so you don't really know the character of the neighborhood as represented in Ms. Bean's exhibits, correct?
I don't know.
Since you didn't review
I
them.
don't know what exhibits were submitted.
Okay, well, so what exhibits did you review? The applicant's exhibits?
I reviewed the applicant's exhibits, and then I reviewed my own aerial sources and went from there.
And I believe you came in the midst of the proceedings this evening, is that correct?
I did.
You were not here from the beginning. Did you hear Mr. Hines testify?
I did not.
Okay, did you hear any of the neighbors testify?
I saw a few videos.
Did you review the notes of testimony from prior hearings?
No, I saw one testimony where the acoustical engineer testified.
Okay.
But I did not read that carefully.
So you did not read Ms. Bean's testimony, notes of testimony?
I don't think so.
Did you you did not review Mr. David Babbitt's notes of testimony?
No.
I don't think they're available. So you are not aware of what Mr. Babbitt testified to, is that correct?
Only what Mr. Thompson told me.
And if you look at the exhibits, the list of tools, I believe it's exhibit A17 or A18? A18. Yes, if you could, you said you did review the applicant's exhibits, exhibit A18. Could you tell us which of those tools you actually own yourself?
I would have to, I don't have the exhibit right in front of me. Okay, we have disc sanders. We have a jigsaw.
You say we.
My wife and I.
Your wife and I, okay. The specific model and everything listed here, do you have any of those pieces of equipment?
We have a hammer drill, but I don't know if it's the same model. We have a sawzall, but I don't know if it's the same model. The table saw is not the same model, but it is a 10-inch table saw. We have a circular saw, it's not a Milwaukee. We have some of these tools. Our list is not nearly as extensive as that.
So is it fair to say that with those possible few exceptions you just stated, you're not familiar with these pieces of equipment, these power tools?
No, I have not seen many of these specific tools.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Thurhoff, you testified that there were uses that were not permitted in East Goshen's zoning ordinance.
Yes.
You're not suggesting that that list is definitive and not including other similar uses, are you?
Give me a second to get the visuals in front of me. Okay, there is a section called uses not permitted. And it lists several uses that have distinct differences from the applicant's proposed wood shop. And then there is then there are a couple catch-all sort of phrases that say other uses of a similar character as those listed above. And then there's section U, which says any use or activity which creates a nuisance.
And as a land planner, that other activity which creates a nuisance would be notwithstanding the decibel requirements of the ordinance?
I would say that, yeah, if you fail to meet the objective standards of the ordinance, that would constitute a nuisance.
And notwithstanding, could you conform to the decibel levels and still be a nuisance? The decibel reading isn't all conclusive of whether any particular use is a nuisance or not, is it?
Well, I suppose you could emit toxic fumes, or there are other kinds of nuisances.
Okay, thank you. And how many residential wood shops have you been in?
Well, many hobbyist shops,
How many have you been in, Mr. Thurgoff, personally?
well, I said many hobbyist shops, but you're talking about professional home occupation wood shops. Am I correct?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't understand that that was your answer. I thought you were thinking and contemplating. it.
I was thinking, but I want to make sure I understand your question.
I'm asking you, how many wood shops of any nature have you been in during your professional career?
Probably a lot.
Can you quantify that?
No. I have many friends who have tools and equipment, so you know,
Is it 5?
I would say it's more than that.
And upon what basis do you form an opinion as to what is customarily incidental to a residential use in terms of a wood shop?
In terms of wood shop?
Correct.
I don't believe I testified to that.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further.
Thank you. Mr. Millier, any questions for this witness? Sure.
Oh, certainly.
Hello. Just to clarify, if the applicant exceeds 500 square feet, he does not meet the requirements of the ordinance, correct? For the conditional use?
He would be in violation.
So if he does not have water supply currently in the building, if he had to use water somewhere else on the property, would that exceed for the purpose of the business? For example, cleaning brushes from a water supply in the house, would that exceed the 500 square feet? Because currently his plans show a 500 square foot outline of exactly the size of the shop.
I'm not sure I understand where you're going.
If he's using other parts of his property for business use, would that exceed the 500 square feet requirements of the ordinance?
So you're asking me if he takes a brush up to the kitchen and rinses it off, is he in violation of his conditional use permit?
Because he exceeded the square foot.
I would say that'd be a pretty officious interpretation of the zone.
Okay. If he has an employee, which he has applied for, and they have to use the bathroom, would that then exceed the limitations?
I don't believe so.
Okay. That's my, I can't, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Sarah in the back, any questions? Thank you. Mr. Thompson, before I get to that, does any member of the Board of Supervisors have questions for this witness?
Good evening. You have a very impressive resume. I have two quick questions. Number one, have you had an opportunity to read and digest the transcripts from the 7/9/19 meeting?
Unfortunately, I have not.
Okay. As a professional land planner, if you were planning an R2 development similar to this property in question. If you had some similar background noise as we heard this evening, I'm not pointing where it was from, would that give you a concern as far as planning for this R2 development?
If I was laying out the zoning,
If you were designing an R2 development and you had a similar type of noise as we heard tonight, would that give you concern that it may affect the R2 appearance or the R2 zoning?
I'm trying to wrap my head around your question, just let me.
I have another way of asking it, but I'm not sure it would be
Because
judicial.
because I don't think that,
The relevant question would be, do you see a problem with an R2 zoning that was intended for R2 living that now or then has a continuous sound attenuation from somewhere?
okay, I think I see where. I'll try to apply this. The R2 zoning, the predominant use is residential. And with that, you have people living and they do what they do when they're living. And, you know, sometimes they mow the lawn, sometimes their kids play in the yard, sometimes they use power tools. Then on top of your R2 residential standard, you have your home occupation standards. And when you wrote those standards, you realized that certain home occupations could pose undesirable impacts within the residential context. So you wrote standards within the home occupation ordinance to protect the residential neighbors from those impacts. And you have a list of the number of conditions. So when you zone R2, or when you design within R2, you're not really thinking in terms of a specific noise. But when you get to the home occupation, that's when you're thinking about the kinds of impacts like a noise. And that's where those standards are invoked. Have I answered your question?
Can I ask it the way I wanted to or no, sir?
Sure.
If you lived in an R2 development of this character, would you be upset or in any way different if you had this kind of a noise that wasn't there or started after you lived in the development? I'm trying to be judicial because we are judges here tonight, but I'm trying to wrap my hands around the fact that everybody says that everything is allowed, but they're allowed to a certain point. And isn't R2, when it starts to bother people to the point where it upsets or affects them with noise, would you feel differently if you were sitting in that development hearing a constant noise? I don't care if it's a motorcycle running 24 hours a day, not coming up and down the driveway. If you heard a particular noise numerous hours a day, 6 days a week, possibly 7 days a week, or 6 days a week, let's say, would you be upset?
Yes, if the noise were not sufficiently attenuated, that could be very annoying. And in your ordinance, you have a provision where an aggrieved citizen can file a complaint with the zoning officer and they can investigate and if necessary, take appropriate action to either mitigate the noise or cease the operation of the.
That is true.
If there is cause.
That is very true. As a resident, I'm asking you as a resident, How would your feelings change on your home, on your castle, on whatever you want to call it, if you had a motorcycle running from 7 to 9?
Well, you're,
During normal work, normal hours, you can work 7 to 9. If you had a motorcycle running 7 to 9 at the same time.
I raced motorcycles for 40 years.
Maybe. Bruce
But I really-
is something that he does for a living.
I will answer your question. Yes, I could be annoyed by constant sounds of certain types, of certain volumes. But there's an ebb and flow to it too. Where I just lived in Kimberton, we were on a half-acre lot, and there were Sears Craftsman houses. And our immediate neighbor was restoring hers by herself. So she was using floor sanders and all kinds of saws and stuff, all the time. It didn't bother us particularly, but that was us. A different person living there might have found it irritating. So, I guess I have to answer your question by saying, it's a subjective thing in terms of is it irritating, but you do have ordinance thresholds that are objective and say these can't be exceeded. So there is an upper limit. There is a point at which it becomes not subjective and objective. Thank you.
Are there any members of the public that have questions for this particular witness?
Question. I don't know what codes, I don't know what code states, but
Excuse me. You need to give your name and address, please.
Lauren Millier, 1414 Bramble Lane. My question is, if you have an employee that works in your shop and you don't provide water or a restroom, are they legally allowed to use your residence all day long as your restroom, or is that somewhere against code?
I would think that would be an act of decency if nothing else.
Is it legally allowed to have employees use a home occupancy?
Well, I will say that my professional practice is a home occupation, and I have an employee, and I do in fact allow her to use the bathroom.
Is the office inside your home, or is it a different building?
It's in the home.
Oh, it's not a different building. See, that's what I'm asking. If this person is working outside in a different building, it's not inside the home. It's not a home inside office.
The building is accessory to the residence, and 500 square feet of the 672 square foot footprint is dedicated to the home occupation, and some amount on the second floor, which I can't remember, 300 and some square feet. So the accessory building within which the home occupation occurs is part of the residence.
Okay.
It's a part of the residence within which the home occupation occurs.
Okay. How many square feet, because I can't do that in my brain that quickly, is a 14 by 22 foot shed? Can anybody do that?
14 by 20 would be 280.
280.
Plus 28, so roughly 300.
So if there was a separate shed built on the property, I can even read the quote, if you'd like me to, from Facebook.
Ma'am, if you have to, is this part of a question?
It is
for
a
this-
question, because it goes to the 500 square feet. Can I ask it?
If you are assuring me that it's a question you're gonna ask, then so be it, yes.
If a separate shed on the property, that is the square footage that you just stated, I don't remember, 280, 380, is quoted as being part of the new workshop addition to our property, does that not make it above 500 square feet of workshop?
My understanding is only 500 square feet of this accessory structure may be used for the home occupation. And the inspections by the zoning officer will confirm whether the applicant is complying with that over time.
I'm not quite sure how to ask this. But if there is information put out into the world stating that additional square footage is actually going to be used for the workshop, wouldn't that add to the square footage? Whether there are checks and balances supposedly that are going to be in place, I can see proof that are supposedly going to be put in place. Isn't it blatantly stating that there really is additional square footage?
If a resident has a valid complaint, they can bring it to the zoning officer, who is obligated by code to investigate that.
Why wouldn't it be part of the proceeding that's already asking if he's above square footage? Why wouldn't that be part of it, instead of later having to take something back, instead of it being allowed?
I believe that question can be asked.
I'm asking.
To my knowledge, the use is occupying 500 square feet.
Can I show the board something? Can I mark it as an exhibit and show it? Should I?
Yeah, can you-
Absolutely. I only have, I don't have two of them. They're not on purpose. And there's actually two. It's the shed.
I would object to this. This is a Facebook post from February 28th. It was before the application was even submitted to the township.
Actually, it's not. He was submitted on January 23rd.
I think I know when it was.
I do too. We had it on the permit.
The conditional use application then was filed on March 29th, 2019, as I announced at the outset of every hearing. Are you referring to a permit application?
I'm referring to, okay, you're right. I am incorrect. I was referring to the permit for the two-car garage that is now being asked to be workshop. Sorry, my mistake.
Okay, and at the bottom of this paper that you handed me, is this language that you inserted and not part of
Yeah,
the
let's leave notes on this.
Okay.
This is the picture apparently of the shed pad that Mr. Zapano had at the property in order to move the shed to a different location so that he could construct the garage in its current location. I don't think this has any relevance to.
It doesn't, it's not relevant that he calls it out. That is additional for his workshop.
I would suggest that I think the question is, if I may speak.
I don't think opposing counsel has anything to add on this. This is my objection to this.
We're allowed to object.
Well, I would like to suggest that, I think there's been some misunderstanding as to what Ms. Amelia is trying to say. She's saying that the question is, will this use even qualify under the standards that Mr. Thurkoff was talking about and that we've been talking about for 3 hearings? Not a question of enforcement later, but if there's evidence that there's an intent to use the shed for the wood shop, that would exceed the 500 square feet that is within the garage. I think that's the question. I think it's a relevant point to the proof that the applicant has to make. And, you know, the board can put whatever weight on it it wants, but I think that's the purpose of it, which I think is extraordinarily relevant.
I'm gonna agree, I'm gonna allow this on a limited basis. And I think the board is quite mindful of the fact that this is a February 28th, 2019 post, which came in or was established prior to the application itself and may have no relevance or may have no relevance to the application whatsoever. I mean, it's quite apparent that the applicant's proposal could have changed.
I
So
have another.
with that in mind, I'll allow questioning of this document for this witness.
My only question is, would that not put him, if this was to be used as his workspace, would that not put him above the 500 square foot limit?
If something greater than 500 square feet was to be used as, yes, so, yeah, if more than 500 square feet was going to be used for the home occupation, that would put it in violation of the 500 square foot limit.
Okay. Also, if you're looking at his 2-car garage in which he's calling out 500 square feet, that was based on the bottom level, yes? The 500 square feet?
I didn't measure it, but that's my understanding.
So if square footage on the second level was to be used for this occupation, would that not also be additional square feet?
I'm going to object, I'm not proposing to utilize any square footage on the second floor.
Oh, but he is. And it was after his submittal of February. This was on April 18th. Would you like to see it?
Yes.
Can I see it?
Just a second. It's the picture.
Is there an objection, Mr. Thompson? Sure.
I see part of the, looks like Facebook post from April 18th. There are notations at the bottom saying so many, this says showing upstairs. I mean, this is not part of
Understood, and we're not,
of the exhibit, so it says showing upstairs and garage for office space and
That's
design for an additional square foot. Is
That's
is
not
that
part of
part
it.
of this Facebook post, or did you put that in there?
I put the bottom, the top is his post. You can see where his name
Below,
is.
below where it says contact us are statements from the party, and I would object to the inclusion of this as a based on what's on this document.
all right, I mean, I'll allow limited questioning as I did on the prior Facebook post, but with the caveat that this has, I believe, already been explained and testified to by Mr. Thompson's witness. So if you care to ask a similar question,
Similar question. Would this not count as additional square footage to the 500 square feet? If he's calling it a design showroom studio office.
If it was used for some purpose that is dedicated to the home occupation, that would exceed the 500 square foot limit and it would be in violation.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
do any other members of the public have questions for this witness? Yes, sir, please approach. I'm going to ask you to state your name and your address for the record.
Thank you. Do I need a mic?
Yes,
You do.
show yours.
Hi, thank you. Jim Cuccinata, 1542 Library Lane.
Could you, one, spell your last name for the record, but two, slow down just a bit.
You have to state your address.
Okay, I'm sorry. It's James Cuccinata, Cucinotta, 1342 Hollyberry Lane, East Goshen. Okay, I have a question for you in regards to the ordinance. I know you were mentioning some specifics about what's in the ordinance of businesses. Okay, but I wanted to point your attention or ask if you're familiar with the ordinance number 129G 2015. And this ordinance has to do with household pets.
I am not familiar with that.
My question is really in relevance to keeping peaceful environments, quiet, peaceful environments. So within this ordinance, there's specific language talking about pets, where they would be excluded if there was excessive noise that could interfere with the quiet and peaceful enjoyment of the neighboring residential properties. So it brings me to the ordinance that you're mentioning in regards to what is included and what's not. Because I believe you were mentioning something about language of other uses of similar character than those listed above. But the ones that are listed above, I think I would argue, are very similar to what we're talking here about the woodworking shop. So again, it's about peace and quiet. Some of the businesses.
I'm gonna object. Is this a question?
Yeah, this is time for questioning.
Okay, yeah.
So can you
So
get to
so I
your,
asked if he was familiar, he was not.
okay,
And so now I'm getting to the point where I'm asking the question.
okay.
So some of those that were listed were small auto repairs using, I would assume, one of the reasons for that is because of the noise, as I think Carmen had mentioned about a motorcycle example. There's also an example here about painting vehicles which use large air compressors, which create noise. Most of these that are listed here create some sort of noise. And there's numerous points within this ordinance that actually talks about nuisance of noise. So my question to you is, when you look at T and U of the ordinance, which states other uses of similar character as those listed above, or any use of activity which creates a nuisance, would you not agree that a business where you're creating your livelihood, working set hours during the day, would create a similar nuisance to some of the other ones that were listed above?
I would say that a wood shop has features that distinguish it from any of these specific listed uses. And I would think that if wood shop was a specific concern, it would have been listed along with welding shop or auto repair shop or a number of these other uses that are specifically called out.
Well, I would just point you to another section where it does talk about private businesses such as an electrician, a plumber, or a carpenter, right? Now,
That
this is
is
where
not in this section.
that is lower. That is lower, that's what.
That's home-related business.
Correct. Home-related businesses, which specifically talk about those types of things, but we're talking about a wood shop. A wood shop like an auto shop, like a paint shop that uses air compressors, power tools, these types of things. And I'm just asking you in regards to a shop, not a carpenter as a profession, but actually it's a shop that's using equipment similar to the other ones that are listed above, be considered in T or U of this section of the ordinance.
I have to wonder then why it would spell out specifically auto or small engine repair and not just say a shop as a prohibited use.
Could you also then consider that our Constitution, for example, does not list every single aspect, that there's some sort of interpretation of the things that are listed in some of these documents, legal documents, that have to be open for, changing of equipment, changing and changing of different things. If you look at the professions of yesterday compared to today, not everything could possibly be listed. So
I'm not an expert on constitutional law. I am an expert in zoning.
I appreciate that. I'm just showing you as an example that not every profession could possibly be listed under this guidance. And I think that the wise people who wrote the ordinance left in T and U specifically for this very purpose, because not everything could be listed.
You're making argument again? So if you have,
I was just asking if you was in agreement.
okay.
Well, I believe that those sorts of provisions are put in to deal with unforeseen circumstances, something that couldn't be imagined by a reasonable writer of an ordinance, something that could happen in the future or down the road, some use that doesn't exist today that may exist tomorrow, that may have characteristics similar to those listed. At the time of the writing of this ordinance, I have to believe that a wood shop would have been an entity that would have been well known to the writer of this ordinance, and had they a specific concern about a wood shop, they would have put that down as a specific use, or at minimum, subjected it to uniquely specific conditions to regulate its use.
Do any other members of the public have questions for this witness? Thank you. Let's take a quick 5-minute break.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, I understand.
You know what I mean? On the road.
It's just an actual response. That's why it's just a natural response. But, you know.
Tell everybody to slow down like it.
All right, we're gonna get started.
Everybody to their seats, please.
It gets worse as it gets later.
Okay. Mr. Thompson, do you have redirect for your witness?
Just a couple questions, Mr. Jennings. Mr. Thorkoff, would you agree that different individuals have different sensitivities when it comes to noises?
Yes, it can be subjective.
And the zoning ordinance sets forth objective standards for what is a reasonable sound level. Is that correct? And if it was shown that a use was within those standards, would that be something that you would believe, in your opinion, would demonstrate compliance with a standard?
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't visit the property?
No, I did not.
Did you need to visit the property in order to form your opinion?
Not to do a zoning interpretation.
Okay. And one of the standards, subsection D, talks about noise, vibration, glare, fumes, odors, dust, electrical interference. Looking at the uses that are not permitted in subsection 7, You had testified that you didn't believe that these uses were similar to a wood shop use. Is that correct?
That's correct. They had, each of them has some feature that distinguishes it.
And would that relate back to issues that could be related to noise, vibration, glare, fumes, odors, dust, electrical interference?
Objection to the extent, again, that Mr. Thurkoff has no expertise in wood shopping, so how would he know about noise, vibration, glare, et cetera, with regard to wood shop use?
I think Mr. Thurkoff testified that he knew what a wood shop was and he was familiar with the proposed use that's a wood shop.
I think that's correct. I'm gonna overrule the objection.
Repeat the question.
You had testified that the uses in subsection 7, the uses that were not permitted, in your opinion, were all different than a wood shop use, correct?
Yes, they are.
And would that be based on issues related to subsection D, where it talks about uses creating noise, vibration, glare, fumes, odors, dust, and electrical interference?
Yes.
And would it be safe to say that each one of those uses could potentially have a differing impact than a wood shop based on those considerations?
Yes, most of them.
So is a wood shop like an animal hospital?
It is not.
And you talk about auto or small engine repair. That's a use that's not permitted under there, and that's a use that's different, in your opinion, from land planning than a wood shop, correct?
Yes, it has a lot of differences.
And what would those differences be?
Well, use of various types of solvents, engine fluids, the air drivers that you use to put on the fasteners on an automotive engine or a car.
Could automobile engines or small engines running at high volumes be a consideration?
It could, depending on how they're muffled, but yeah,
And fumes associated with the running of those engines?
yes.
In a boarding home, that's not like a wood shop, right?
No,
A funeral parlor, a gift shop, a kennel, a dental clinic, those are all things that have a lot of people that would be visiting the property, correct?
yeah, I mean, they all have unique characteristics that the municipality decided to prohibit them for their own unique reasons.
And we wouldn't have anybody visiting the property as part of this use, correct? Other than the homeowner. It's in the application.
I'll instruct the witness to answer to the extent he's aware.
If it's in the application, then yes.
Okay. Are you aware the applicant testified that he would not be doing furniture stripping?
Yes,
The furniture stripping is something different than making things out of wood, correct?
yes,
Okay. And how about a welding shop? That has a different impact than a wood shop, correct?
yes, it does.
Okay, and that would be from the aspect of the noise, the odors.
Objection. I don't think there's any foundation that Mr. Thurkoff knows what a welding shop is or what's associated with it.
I think as a land planner, he could make a decision as to whether or not a welding shop is a use that should be permitted in a commercial zoning district or in a residential neighborhood.
I'm gonna overrule the objection, Mr. Thurkoff, to the extent you know what a welding shop is or a welding operation entails, please answer the question.
Yes,
And the sale of manufactured fireworks, that has something very different. That's not the same as a wood shop,
it's
is it?
different in nature, yes.
Okay, and a tar and a roofing business.
Yes,
And then it goes on to list other uses similar in character to those listed above. Is a wood shop similar in character to any of those uses?
no, I would say it's not.
And did you use these specifically prohibited uses to form your opinion that a wood shop use was an appropriate home occupation?
Well, that certainly informed my opinion.
Okay. Just to be clear, based on the application, it's your opinion that the proposed application is the type of use that's permitted under the home occupation standards?
As long as it meets the standards, yes.
Okay. No further questions.
Thank you. Does any party have questions based on Mr. Thompson's limited redirect examination?
I do. Mr. Thurkoff, you testified as to an objective standard for noise. Can you please, and you also indicated, I believe, that you are familiar with the provisions of section 240-32J, the home occupation standards?
Yes.
Can you please point out to me where in that section it lists a specific objective standard for noise with decibels?
I took the objective standard from the acoustical engineer's report where he cited the limit. I assume he got it from the noise section of the ordinance.
But is that noise criterion specifically listed in the home occupation section?
No, it says in excess of levels customarily generated by a residential use.
Correct. So it doesn't cross-reference the nuisance standard. Correct?
It does not.
Thank you. And just refresh my memory, you said you did not hear Mr. Hines testify this evening, correct?
I did not.
Do you understand that Mr. Zampano will be doing furniture refinishing?
I don't know that.
Okay, so you did say that his use is different than furniture stripping, and I'm just curious as to your basis for saying that when you are not really certain what Mr. Zampano's use entails, or nor did you hear from Mr. Hines in terms of his understanding of woodworking. Do you have a basis for saying that furniture stripping is not similar in use or character to what Mr. Zampano proposes to use?
My understanding is he's taking raw wood and creating new finished products out of wood. As far as the other things you said, I don't have any knowledge of that.
If he were to refinish furniture, would you think that that is similar to furniture stripping? If you had an understanding that he did that as part of his proposed use?
Refinishing furniture meaning what?
Well, to refinish furniture, Mr. Hines testified that you must strip down the materials on the piece in order to refinish it.
I can't speak
That's
to testimony I haven't heard.
Understood. Okay, so you don't really have a basis for your statement then. Well, never mind. I'll withdraw that and thank you. I have no other questions.
Thank you. I assume no one else has questions for this.
I do.
Okay.
Have, pretty loud.
Have you ever been in a weld shop?
I have.
Are you aware of the tools that are used in weld shops?
Some of them, yes.
Some of them are grinders used in weld shops?
Yes.
Chop saws?
Not a chop saw like you use for wood, but saws.
There are saws.
Sure.
How about lathes?
Could be metal lathes.
So some of the tools that make similar sounds could be in both shops.
I don't know to the extent to which they're similar because wood and metal are different materials.
Right, but the tools are the same.
Well, no, the tools are different.
Is the tool different or the blade different?
The tools are different.
Interesting. Okay, thank you.
Two quick follow-ups. Thank you. Sorry. Sorry, just two quick follow-ups. Do you know the writers, the authors of the ordinance?
I don't.
So.
Well, I might.
Okay.
I don't know who generated the ordinance.
Do you know their thinking behind the reason why they said no auto shop, no paint shop?
No, I can only surmise that based on my experience, having done the same work.
Sure. As I had as well. So I know that there's power tools that makes noise doing those types of things. Okay. So some things were not listed on that list that you clearly pointed out, such as a woodworking shop, having power tools. I was wondering, do you think that they should have added things such as a concrete mixing business?
A concrete mixing business couldn't occur within a 500 square foot space
Sure.
with one employee.
Sure, a very small concrete mixing shop, absolutely.
Sir,
amazing scenario. Okay,
Ask
that's fair.
questions of the witness, please, not.
I have never seen any.
He answered your question.
I
please ask
see,
him.
okay, thank you. Do you see that other professions should be added, such as like testing equipment? If someone was to test equipment such as power equipment, jackhammers, those types of things, would those things be listed?
Testing equipment could conceivably be allowed if it met the other criteria.
Didn't disturb the peace and quiet of the neighborhood, you couldn't hear those noises from the property line, those types of things is what you're suggesting.
It doesn't say you can't hear it, but yeah,
Yes,
essentially.
okay. Things that wouldn't disturb the neighborhood. Or be a nuisance is for the ordinance.
Be a nuisance.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for this witness? Hearing none, we'll move on. Mr. Thompson, do you have any additional rebuttal witnesses?
I'd just like to call Chris Somano, for some follow-up questions. based
Sure.
on the rebuttal. Yeah.
Mr. Zampano, I'll remind you, to remain under oath.
I understand. Thank you.
Mr. Zampano, the application that we submitted, or that you submitted is for hours between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And that's, those hours would be on a weekly basis, not on the weekends, is that correct?
Correct. The intent is Monday through Friday.
And that's within the standards in the home occupation ordinance, correct?
Yes.
Now, you testified earlier that you don't work, or you don't intend to work in the shop every day as part of your business. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You do perform work at clients' homes, utilizing tools and making things out of wood on site. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And how many days do you expect to be working in your shop as part of this proposed use?
Based on the operation, as I've done in the past since I started the business, usually it's I try to quantify it, it's tough to do it, but generally it's about a 60% to 40% split as far as the work I do in the shop generally consumes about 60% of my time. The work I do off-site compromises about 40% of the time, which means on a 5-day work week, if I was operating out of my property, it would equate to 3 days a week that I would actually be in the shop on the property.
And you testified that there were certain projects that you spend weeks working on outside of your property or outside of your shop. Is that correct?
Objection. This testimony was on direct. This is well beyond the scope of anything subsequent to direct testimony. We're going back over the July 9th transcript. At this point, this is redundant.
I'm sorry, there has been numerous characterizations of this use that that Mr. Zampano was going to be running it 24/7, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., tools running. I think I'd like him to clarify what his use is.
I do think that's fair. I'm going to overrule the objection. We've heard from a number of witnesses tonight that have made characterizations as to hours of operation, days of operation, all sorts of things. So we have to afford the applicant an opportunity to rebut that, should they so choose.
But I would object officially for the record. He's not rebutting it. He's reiterating his direct testimony. It's already in the record.
Okay. I overruled the objection, and I'll ask Mr. Thompson, to the extent he's capable, not to be repetitious at this point.
Do you, okay, can I re-ask the question that was overruled the objection? Do you work off-site for weeks at a time on certain projects?
Yes, that is correct.
Have you done that recently before this application was filed?
Yes.
And when you're working in your wood shop, do you run the tools continuously or do you run them sporadically?
Sporadically, yes.
Do some of the tools you use to make the wood furniture and the other things you make out of wood, are they hand tools?
Yes, a number of them, many of them, yes.
So how many days do you use hand tools that don't make any noise?
It depends on what part of the project you're in, what part of the process. So different parts of the project require different types of tools and different types of applications and methods to get from point A to point Z. So it's really dependent upon where I am in the project. But I use a number of hand tools on a daily basis. That's absolutely for sure.
And for any of the projects that you've worked on that were shown in the exhibit as part of your portfolio, have any of those projects involved turning on a tool at the beginning of the morning and turning it off at the end of the day?
No, I don't believe that's possible. It would have no application for the type of woodworking I'm doing. That would probably be for mass production, but I'm doing one-of-a-kind pieces. I'm sorry. That would be more applicable to mass production. The types of projects I am doing are one-of-a-kind pieces that I do not replicate. So there would be no need to run a machine from the start of the day to the end of the day continuously.
And do you make these pieces on occasion as part of your woodworking hobby?
Yes.
And they're the same types of pieces that you make for your business. Is that fair?
Not to the extent of the time I would spend for my own personal use, but yes, when a client's paying you to fabricate a piece of custom woodworking for them, it's different than making it for yourself. So I wish I could make the things I make for other clients for myself all the time.
Other than the time you put in, you use the same methods for making those wood products. Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely.
And what were you doing on May 31st when the video that we heard earlier being played? What were you doing?
Home improvements for personal use.
Were you working in your driveway?
I was.
You weren't working in the proposed wood shop, is that correct?
That is correct.
And were you working on July 2nd?
July 2nd is referencing the video that's presented by Ms. Boarg, Andrea. I'm sorry if I pronounced your last name incorrectly. I was absolutely not working that day. I took the day off. I was with my daughter. My wife was working, and I was not using any types of machinery on July 2nd.
And your daughter usually goes to bed at what time?
My daughter generally goes to bed at 7:30, and I do not use tools after she goes down to sleep. My family is first and foremost my concern and my ultimate. That's what I'm there for, is my family. So that's what I care about the most, and I'm very selfish that way. So my family is first.
You're not going to run the power tools while your daughter's sleeping?
Absolutely not. My wife would not allow it.
And you heard the sound in the video. Is that, in your opinion, the sound of a saw?
Objection.
We're talking about the video on July 2nd.
From what I heard in the video, that to me does not sound like a saw at all, and I'm not familiar what the sound is or where it was resonating from.
Thank you.
Ms. Boswell, do you have questions on cross for Mr. Zambano's rebuttal testimony?
Yes, just to go back to this percentage. Yes, you mentioned that first of all, you mentioned that your quote intent was to operate 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday. By intent, what do you mean by that?
That is the allowable hours that I'm able to use the shop for the conditional use, which I'm applying for.
Do you mean by that you might intend next week to do something different, like on a Saturday or a Sunday, or I guess what you mentioned the word intent, and I just wanted to, as opposed to saying I want my hours of operation to be 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. period, you said that's your intent. I just
Which means, sure, absolutely. I do not work 12 hours a day, so I don't generally work that long. That would be 12 hours a day, 5 days a week would be 60 hours. I'm not in the shop. I don't work that much a week. I mean, I barely get out of the house before 8 a.m. Might take my daughter to school sometimes. She doesn't start school until 8 or 8:30, depending on the day of the week. So that's my intent, is to use the shop as the primarily 8 hours a day would be the amount of use I generally use the shop. But I'd like the option of using it at whatever 8-hour period I would like between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. time frame, depending on how my life dictates.
But would you be willing to, if this were approved, to be willing to agree to a condition that would limit the time during which you could make noise? I mean, I believe you said that there are many days when you just use hand tools, and you said 40% of the time you're out of the shop. So I guess what I'm asking is, you know, if this is all true, I have no reason to decide if this is all the case.
Sure.
Why not agree to a limitation on at least when you're going to start making noise to later in the day?
I did actually reach out to you and your client to discuss that, and I believe the client decided they were not open to discussing an agreement ahead of this hearing.
That's not my question. My question was, and I don't believe that's what I represented to Mr. Thompson. My question was, would you be willing to agree to such a condition? Not whether or not, maybe last week you asked. The question is, for all the neighbors' sake, are you willing to agree to a condition where you would not be making noise till a certain time, much more amenable, 11, something like that? And since you say you don't use your shop all the time, you're away a lot of the times, it doesn't sound like this would be a negative impact on your business. That's why I'm asking.
So if you're asking for me to operate from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m., that's 6 hours a day of operational, that I could actually operate my machinery, which quantified over the course of a week would be like 30 hours, which I don't believe is even possible for a business to operate if you did need to operate on the property for that amount of time. You know, so if you did have a project, depends on where you are in the project. Every project has a start point and an end point. Depending on where you are in your project, you have to, sometimes you may have to start off by using machine as the first thing you do, or maybe you use it more hand tools as the first thing you do as part of that step in the process for that day. And then you may use your machinery later in the day. So it's tough to quantify or to set parameters on exactly when I could or could not use the machinery, because each project is different. Each one is a one of a kind. I never know where I'm going to be in that process on any given day. I can't project that. I can't forecast that. So to have limitations on those specific parameters of when I can and cannot use the machinery would probably be detrimental to the business and not efficient.
That is inconsistent, is it not, with what you just testified? That you never really start until 8:30, and you're not there often. I guess I'm just trying to understand which of your testimony we're supposed to believe moving forward.
Excuse me. I'm not lying about my testimony. Please do not put that.
No, I didn't say lying at all. I said inconsistent with what you're saying, your business, how your business operates, and then what you're willing to agree to. Yeah, I apologize, but I don't need to do that. I'm trying to understand the testimony. Is really what I'm trying to do.
Understood. Do you have any further questions?
No.
Thank you. Ms. Setzler? Mr. Milliet?
No.
Any board members have questions for Mr. Zampano? Any members of the public have questions for Mr. Zampano? Okay, hearing none. We'll move on. Mr. Thompson, do you have any additional witnesses on rebuttal?
I do not.
Thank you. All right. At this time, it appears that all parties have had adequate opportunity to present their case. Let's deal with the housekeeping issue of exhibits at this time. I guess we'll start. The board exhibits have already been introduced and admitted, namely B1 through B11. I believe all parties have copies of all of those exhibits. Mr. Thompson, on behalf of the applicant.
A1 through A20, I'd like to move those exhibits to be entered as part of the record.
Okay. I think that numbering is correct. I'll ask if any parties have any objection to any of those exhibits, namely A1 through A20, being admitted into the record.
Yes. Point of clarification, I'm trying to find the exhibit. Were exhibits A2 and A7 and A10 introduced? I'm only looking at the first night, and I didn't see them listed, and I don't think there's an exhibit list for the second night of testimony. So that would be my first question, if they were authenticated and introduced or not.
Only related to A2, that's a code section, from the township ordinance.
The board can take judicial notice.
Take notice of that. We did go through each individual, on the first night, we went through each individual exhibit. I don't believe that they were objected to.
Okay, I just point out that they're not listed as applicant exhibits in the chat, so that's fine. I don't
We did
object.
have a list of exhibits.
You do. I'm talking about the notice of testimony. I didn't see in the notice of testimony that they were talked about, but I do recall looking at your list, talking about some of them. So that was my first point of clarification. But I do object to the admission of the Mr. Smith.
That was objected to when I attempted to question the witness about it, and I think that
Right.
objection was overruled.
Well, no, no, Mr. Jennings said, as I recall, that we would revisit that when it came time for admission as opposed to introduction. And so I do object to A15 and the exhibit, which is the map of the neighborhood. Yes, thank you.
Ms. Setzler, do you join in that objection?
I do.
The fact that the township, as part of home occupation permits that have been issued, has issued one home occupation permit to an individual that lives in a neighborhood that we describe in the aerial, I think is entirely relevant to whether or not the township considers a book shop a home occupation. I don't see how you can see it any other way.
And I don't need to belabor the points that I made before. I just think that no foundation was laid as to any relevance to this application because of similarity for all the reasons that I stated.
I've heard enough. We're going to accept exhibits A15 and A19. Ms. Setzler, do you have any objections? Excuse me, Ms. Boswell, I don't know if you're finished, so.
Oh, yes,
do you
I'm
have any?
finished. I will not argue about you after you allow them in like I did
Well, I don't know if you
before.
have any additional exhibits that you would like to object to.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Setzler. Thank you. Mr. Melier, do you have any objection to any?
No.
Thank you. Sir in the back? Thank you. All right, so with that said, the board will accept applicant exhibits A1 through A20 into the record. Moving on now to Ms. Boswell's exhibits. I believe I heard you earlier suggest that you have 34 exhibits.
Yeah. Yes, and I'd like to move for their admission with the exception of the one that was not accepted, not admitted, which was JB 22. So JB 1 through JB 34 with the exception of JB 22.
Mr. Thompson, do you have any objection to the admission of exhibits JB 1 through 21 and JB 23 through 34?
I would object to JB 15. This is an Instagram post that was posted before the application. No date on it. I don't believe that there's any direct testimony on that one.
I believe, yeah, he can testify about that.
I would still object that it has any relevance to the application. JB 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, these are all manuals. We didn't produce these. There was no testimony regarding these. I don't think they were used in the applicant's case. So I would object to those exhibits.
Can I speak to those? JB 15, Mr. Zampano did testify that he posted that. And it was relevant to Ms. Bean because of the conversation about lighting. The manuals, JB 18, 19, 20, and 21, Mr. Zampano did identify those as appearing to be excerpts from specific equipment that was tested. And I am going to discuss them in my closing in terms of some of the things that are stated in them. You know, I think I had anticipated that another witness was going to use them, but nonetheless, they say what they say. And I think it goes to the board can give weight to whatever weight the board wants to give, but I think they're certainly relevant because they discuss certain safety aspects with respect to the equipment some of the equipment that was tested, also the weight of the equipment, how it should be used, etc.
Sorry, there's been no authentication for these documents whatsoever. All Mr. Zampano said was that he thought it looked like what the attorney represented.
Well, you know, I didn't sit at my computer and make these up. You know, I will say that I printed them off the internet when I searched for the specific models that were tested. You know, I don't know what Mr. Thompson's suggesting, but, you know, I think it's pretty apparent. There's lots of other things that were submitted in this hearing that were not authenticated, like, you know, aerials
I
and
don't
things
need
like that.
examples, thank you. Mr. Thompson, are there any additional exhibits that you object to? Aside from 15 and 18 through 22?
Yeah. I'm going to object to the building and zoning permit application for Mr. Zampano's this addition to his house. This was an in-law suite. I don't think this has any relevance to what we're talking about here.
What exhibit number is that?
28.
Ms. Boswell, can you explain to us what relevance exhibit JB 28 has to the application?
Well, I questioned Mr. Zampano about what those different licensing numbers meant. And CZ Woodworking is listed as a contractor. And it was introduced for the purpose of showing the different manifestations that CZ Woodworking takes, not just creating fine furniture.
Okay. Mr. Thompson, are there any additional exhibits?
Yeah, there's a plan, JB 29. Again, that was a plan that has handwritten drawings on it, says new proposed additions for in-law suite. Yeah, I don't think the in-law suite is relevant to the application. It's been committed by the township.
I will submit that I obtained that for a right to know that we filed with the township. And I asked Mr. Zampano, I saw parking on there, I thought, and I wanted to understand what the parking was for. And as I recall, he testified it was for the in-law suite, not the new parking for the business.
Right, so are you still moving for the admission of 29?
Yeah, I don't see why not. I mean, for the purpose for which it was offered.
Well, I understand the relevance of 28 as far as the CZ Woodworking being listed as a potential contractor. And I understand where you were going with that. What does 29 provide above and beyond that as far as relevance?
Well, it shows the property, with my client's property adjacent. I'm not going to fight John.
Okay.
You know, I think, frankly, I think it helps them weigh the cost. So it's fine.
Okay. Mr. Thompson, any additional exhibits?
Yeah, one JB 32. This is the decimal readings that were taken by Mr. Boarg, Mr. Zampano. So that's just Mr. Zampano. We had we did not offer this as evidence. And this isn't the best evidence for decimal readings of the property, given the fact that we presented an expert report. And I don't believe the testimony was provided by the opponents on this exhibit.
Well, I think Mr. Zampano I asked him about, I think the relevance for this and the 3 sound tests that are in the record now are why were different pieces of equipment tested at different times, and is he intending to use some of these pieces of equipment that were tested at his old shop
that were not tested currently. That's what it was introduced for. He testified the way he testified. So I think it's relevant.
Any additional exhibits, Mr. Thompson?
That's all.
Okay. The board will accept exhibits JB1 through JB21, as well as exhibits JB23 through JB34, and as has been stated, will afford relevant evidence as appropriate and deserved weight. So those, all exhibits that have been moved on behalf of Ms. Bean will be admitted.
Thank you.
Sure. We did object, obviously, to the video that was being attempted to, I don't know which one that is, but my objection would still stand.
I believe the board already accepted our exhibits.
Fair enough. Ms. Sensley.
I would move for the admission of the exhibits offered marked as neighbor 1 and 2 that were identified by Mr. Hines. And for GJ 1 through 3 with the notation that the photographs I did not offer, but we would substitute the video to be G3 for chronological purposes.
Okay.
And then we have V1 through 3.
Ms. Boswell, I assume you have no objection to the admission of these exhibits?
No, I have no objection.
Mr. Thompson.
The 3 videos, obviously my objection stands, and I don't have any copies of those videos.
Right.
I haven't been provided with anything associated with them.
So, I have copies. At the break, I was handed copies of the 3 videos that were played as taken by Mr. Jahanian. So we're going to substitute those. Those videos will appear under GJ3 because the photographs were not used. Is that fair, Ms. Setzler?
That's correct. Thank you.
Okay. So, Mr. Thompson, then your objection would be for the admission of exhibit GJ3.
Again, yeah, I don't need to go over my objections again. I think they're prejudicial and they have no appropriate value as well.
Okay. The board will accept exhibits neighbor 1 and 2, exhibits GJ1 through GJ3, and V1 through V3.
Thank you.
Sure. Are there any additional exhibits that we missed? No. Okay. At this time, we will status and/or not represented by counsel. These can be those opinion-based statements that I've made reference to throughout these proceedings. You're not questioning a witness. You're instead explaining to the board why you favor or oppose the pending application. One by one, you'll approach the podium. You'll state your name, your address, and whether you're a resident of East Goshen Township, and you'll be provided an opportunity for a few minutes to provide your opinions. With that said, let's begin with you, sir.
Testing.
Please talk very closely into the microphone.
And let's keep in mind that the court reporter needs to take down every word that's being said, so please do not talk too fast.
Joseph Corvino, 826 Grist Mill Lane, Westchester, PA, former resident of 1420 Ardley Circle. I think it's important for the board to go over the timeline of this application and the actions taken by Mr. Zambano. Basically, the accessory structure was built in early spring 2019, and he terminated his commercial business lease, I believe it was in May of this year. It's presumptuous that he assumed that approval of his conditional use business would be basically rubber stamped in proceeding. I'll tell you, my 40 plus years in management and finance for large corporations and small businesses, I never would have advised the client prior to getting approval of his conditional business use in the location that he was preferred. It just seems that it was a misguided course at this point in time. And I think the board would be setting a very bad precedent in the township to allow business use of this type under the ordinance, because I think it would open up Pandora's box for all sorts of businesses under business conditional use. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Corvino. Any other members of the public? I'm sure Ms. Millier.
Laura Millier, 1414 Bramble Lane. Okay, I'm gonna be long-winded, so. First of all, I want to point out that there's been a lot of discussion about noise and nuisance and amount of noise. You can't compare a shop where there is a possibility of someone working for 12 hours a day, for 5 or 6 days a week, with a person who makes things for personal use, but has another occupation. It is not the same amount of time being used making noise. The comparison keeps being made between homeowners being able to buy the same tools. Am I not making noise? Have you heard me? Okay. The comparison has been made between homeowners being able to buy the same tools. That's not the question. Homeowners can buy anything, but homeowners are not going to be using them, once again, 8 to 12 hours a day, 5 days a week. There's a beginning and an end to home projects. Everybody has home projects. Everybody has to do landscaping. It's not every day, all day long. Everybody makes a little bit of noise. You don't get a decibel reading on a party by neighbors that may be called into the police because it's a noise nuisance. There's no decibel reading for that. However, the neighbor gets told they need to stop the noise, and if they don't, they're at risk of further action. This has nothing to do with decibels. It has to be the noise is a nuisance. You can't compare trash trucks who drive through a neighborhood 2 times a week for 20 minutes with someone who run power tools all day long. You also can't compare airplanes that are randomly overhead. There are objections with the facts of videos being shown that people can hear the noises. They're being objected to. However, the fact is, the videos are showing that we can hear the noises. We're hearing them on our property. We're not arguing about decibels. We're arguing about the fact that it is plainly heard and it is plainly a nuisance. My husband and I bought this property just about 4 years ago, almost to the exact day. I came and saw the property for the first time by myself. We had toured a lot of properties, not finding criteria that met both my husband's and my qualifications, because we don't agree on many things. I turned up from Reservoir onto Bramble, and I was amazed. It was beautiful. It was September, same weather as now. There was foliage. You heard the birds singing. It was amazing, especially coming from where we came from, where our property was like 0.2 acres or something. We were right on top of our neighbors. One of the biggest things we wanted was property around us. We have 2 little boys, an 8-year-old and a 4-year-old, but that's when they were 5 and almost 1. We wanted a property where we would be safe, it would be quiet, there was no throughway, there's no traffic, and this seemed ideal. This was a beautiful neighborhood. I get to watch deer in my front yard the entire fall because they come into the neighborhood, onto my yard, and they eat all of our little crab apples. I sit there, cup coffee, staring at the window. It's beautiful. It's quiet. They're not disturbed by anything. In the beginning of the summer, I had tile delivered to the house, and the gentleman pulled his truck up. He put the tile in my garage. He came out, and as he was getting into his truck, I was saying goodbye. He said, "This is such a beautiful and quiet neighborhood." And I said, "You know what? Yeah, it is." And my immediate thought was, but it might not be for very long. That may all change. Our little safe haven, our little home, that may be taken away. Nobody wants Mr. Zampano's business to go under. Everybody wants him to have a wonderful business. We're not arguing with that. What we don't want is it to be in our neighborhood at our, I can't think of the word, at our expense. It shouldn't be at our expense. He has already said, when I asked him, you know, if this does not get approved, do you have another plan? He didn't have another plan. However, I have to assume he could go rent somewhere. He can rent a space as he did down in Delaware and run his business out of it. He had already said that he had his business or his woodworking shop in his garage in his home in a previous location, and it was a conflict of personal and business, and therefore that's why he rented this space in Delaware, because he needed space. Well, now he's trying to go back to the same thing again, right on top. I don't understand it. I guess basically all that the neighborhood is asking is we would like to be protected. You know, variances aren't always written well enough to deal with different types of issues that come up. The government used to be run on kind of gentlemanly understandings that you didn't pass certain points, and that seems to be not exactly happening. Everybody's always looking for a way to slip under and find a way to sneak their way under to get what they want. That seems to be what this clinic is. Mr. Zampano has many Facebook posts from December or January talking about how this was going to be a wood shop and showing perspectives and hand elevations and saying it was his wood shop. And yet when he applied on January 23rd for the permit for the building, he applied for a 2-car garage. He did not ask to build a wood shop. He asked to build a garage. It was approved, and he built it. And then afterwards, he came and applied for a wood shop. It's not the same thing. He didn't build a wood shop. He asked for a garage. You can't then say this has to be allowed because I spend money or whatever you may take from it. He built it as a garage, not a wood shop. I guess if this were to go through, I feel there need to be safeguards to protect the neighborhood. We have already seen Mr. Zampano work outside his shop, whether it's personal, whether it's business, whatever it is, we've seen it happen. We can't know when he's doing that, whether what he's doing is personal or whether it's business. There's no way to make him accountable for what he's doing at any point. He can claim it's a personal matter that he's working on. There's no way to safeguard that against that if this is approved. There are no safeguards against what other tools he may decide to buy and use afterwards. Planers are really loud. I know this because my brother-in-law has a wood shop out in the middle of the country with no neighbors. They're very loud. Mr. Zampano had a planer. It was a very typical piece of equipment that what people use. It was damaged. I asked him if he planned on replacing it. He said he was not sure. Well, that leaves it open to him buying one and once again introducing yet another extremely loud piece of equipment onto his property. Once this is approved, we can't fight him on that. You can't say, okay, fine, you can have a wood shop, but we're gonna come through and we're gonna decide you can't have that tool, you can't have this tool, you can't have that tool. It's approved or it's not. You can't pick and choose. If this variance were to be approved, I think it is fair that as a neighborhood, we could ask that he did limit his hours. He's already stated that he only does it, he said 60% of the time. Understood, there are other hours where you need to do other work, but that doesn't mean he can't do his paperwork in the beginning or later. He can't do quiet things beginning or later, but he could have the ability to do the loud things in a certain portion of the day. I understand projects run along a certain line, but he needs to understand that he moved into a neighborhood, not a business development, a neighborhood. I would also ask that if this variance is granted, we would like some kind of wall and extensive soundproofing to be built and required around his property to protect us from the noises that come off of this property. As much as they want to argue about decibels, you can hear it. I stand down in my own house and I can hear it. And I'm probably one of the farthest people away. Nobody buys a house and puts that much money and investment. It's your biggest investment in your life. Thinking that you're going to move into this beautiful place and it's going to be completely changed and adapted from what you bought into. Mr. Zampano moved into a neighborhood, and is now trying to open a business. We did not move into a business area and complain about the noises. We're living in a neighborhood. So all that I ask is that you please protect us and our neighborhood. This township has already been changing in the past couple of years in a way that is not pretty. Introducing apartment buildings with maybe not the most desired type of people. Farms being taken over and built. We moved into this. East Scotia is wonderful. It is a small community. Everybody's friendly. Everybody knows each other. And it is changing daily. And we need to protect against it. And that's what I'm asking for you. Thank you.
I'm just gonna ask that those making public comment, just try not to be, given the hour, just try not to be repetitious, that's all. But feel free to express your opinions.
Thank you. Yeah, and I'll be brief. Jim Kuchinada, 1342 Oliver Lane. You had that from before, right? Can you give me that? Great. Okay, yeah, so just some comments from the board, some comments in regards to Mr. Zampano. First off, I'd like to say, I think I really appreciate something that Chris said early on, which was, my family comes first, right, and foremost. And that's really what this is about. This is about everybody in this room is doing exactly what you want to do, which is protect your family, keep them safe, keep them in a very happy environment. When the dust settles, when this judgment happens, win or lose on either side, we're still going to be neighbors, still going to see you in Wawa, right? We're still going to be a part of the community. So hopefully nothing changes that we're at least all on the same basis there, that we're fighting for our families. To the board, this is exactly what we want you to hear. Again, I pointed this out not to be repetitious, but the messages on the wall here are talking about protecting this community, protecting East Goshen. And in the last 18 years that I've lived here, I've been in this room more in the last year than I cared to count up. talks about apartment complexes, pipeline, these types of things. Where the residents of this community are really getting fed up with rule bending, with things that are happening that we feel as residents, we're not being protected. We're not preserving the past. We're not, we're not being served in a way that we feel that we should be. This is just one more example of that. So the ordinance to me is really clear. It talks about, there's so many times within this ordinance, whether it's we're talking about this home business, or we're talking about pets, or we're talking about other aspects of it, which talk about nuisance to the neighborhood, noise to the neighborhood, right? That's all we're trying to do. Please protect us. Please stand by us. We will stand by you.
Sure. Yeah.
Does any of the other neighbors wish to speak?
Not seeing any. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Claire Zampano, and I live at 1422 Arden Circle. You'll have to excuse me. I have a familial tremor, and sometimes when I get nervous, I shake. So excuse me for that. We moved into Arden Circle 10 months ago. And just like everyone else here has spoken, you all had dreams and aspirations. We too had dreams and aspirations. We left a beautiful neighborhood in Glen Mills where we lived for 20 years. That neighborhood was very much like yours. Our homes were very much like yours. We made friends. They were our family. We did everything together. We were at their weddings. We were at childbirth, when people were born, at deaths. Just as you say, it is here at Bardley Circle. So when we went looking for property, we too went with dreams and aspirations, and we too wanted to have what we left. And we thought that's really what we were buying into. We were given that impression. We too loved the neighborhood when we drove into it. It appeared to be able to meet all of our needs. Christopher and Amy and my granddaughter, they wanted to have their own house. They were bringing us with them so that we could be taken care of in our later years and establish an in-laws quarters. That was our dream. Both of my parents lived with us. Christopher was there and his wife Amy, as we did hospice with both of my parents. So we come from a family that is very tight, and we care about each other, and we care about our neighbors. I think you could go to anyone at Cobblestones at Thornbury, and you would hear nothing but praise about the Zampano family. When we lived in Springfield, you would hear the same thing. I was asked to be put on the volunteer wall many years ago when I served in Springfield. So we wanted to move into a neighborhood where we could continue all of those traditions. So we looked, just as you all have said, that you spent so much time looking for that perfect property, and we did too. We had put almost a year into finding that perfect property. So it looked as if it was going to meet all of our needs. Well, we couldn't just assume that. We did
what we thought was the proper thing before ever putting a bid on the property. We went and spoke with the zoning officer. We sat down and said, these are the things that we are hoping to do in moving into RV Circle at this property. Are these possibilities? He sat with us.
Objection. I'm so
Sorry, you
sorry.
can't object to this.
No, but we're getting into what the zoning officer said and we had objection.
This is not a testimony, Mr. Jennings.
I'm sorry, because other people gave,
I'm gonna allow,
I would leave
no,
that
no,
go for.
no, please continue. I'm gonna overrule the objection. Please finish your thoughts.
So, we went to the township and met with the representative. That representative that we met with told us that, yes, we could do the things that we wanted to do as long as we met all of the conditions. And that we did everything according to the rules and regulations. So that is what we did. Chris went ahead and got his permits. We did everything that we thought we were doing by the books. This was our first adventure as well in doing something like this. So we thought we were following all of the steps that we were supposed to be taking. In addition to that, we had no reason to believe that the, I'm sorry, I lost the name of the people that we bought the home from. The stretches. The stretches were very much aware of all of our plans, of what Chris was planning to do, what we were going to do with building an addition on for in-laws quarters. Never did I get the impression that from the stretches that there would be any problem in doing this. So I'm just trying to point out that also, I hear so much testimony about what your life is going to be like when Chris, if it is approved, how this is going to disrupt your life, as if we're not there, as if Chris has his shop there and then leaves and goes somewhere else. No, we live there. This is our home too. We want everything that you guys want. And we're retired. We have a 4-year-old granddaughter. We have a granddaughter like you have granddaughters or grandchildren. And we want everything safe for them too, for her. I mean, Chris isn't going to do something that is going to harm his own daughter. Do you think he's going to make it terrible for his father and I? We're retired. Do you think he's thinking, oh yeah, I think I'll get that started at 7 in the morning because I really like to get them the hell up. I sit here and I just think, do you not see us as people? Do you not see us? Because I don't think you do. There has been for 10 months so much harassment. There has been venomous talk. There has been venomous actions. I want to make a statement about the noise. And I want to make a statement about, I think I addressed the timeline. And I want to address that when Chris first put in the permit, and I think it may have been shortly after the first hearing, he invited the neighbors, if they had any questions, to come down, see his shop, come and talk. Let's, if you have any questions.
No, he didn't.
Well, yes, it is, and one of your neighbors did come. So don't say that isn't
Not true
true.
for me.
Please,
Well-
please don't comment during her time period to speak.
There is one of your neighbors did come, so, and did do that. And also with, these random videos, do you know what it's like living for 10 months with people constantly taking videos? You don't know when and where someone's going to be videotaping you. It's the most uncomfortable feeling. It's a feeling of harassment. In fact, one day, I really felt so harassed by what I felt was one of our neighbors taking a video that I approached that person and I said, that makes me feel very uncomfortable. And the conversation went on, and this is going to address the noise of hearing the sawing. And through the conversation, the neighbor made a comment that I heard sawing. And I said, well, that didn't come from our house because, first of all, Christopher isn't here. No one is at our house except my husband and myself. If you think the sawing is coming from our house, please come onto my property. I invite you onto my property and you can take the videos on my property. It ended, nothing went further than that. It just makes me stop to think, has everyone gotten so crazy about noise or sawing, and every time there's a sound, oh, it's gotta be coming from the Zampanos. This is our life. This is what we have been living with for 10 months. This is what our happy dream has been for 10 months. This is our dreams and aspirations for 10 months. Now, if we don't follow, if Chris doesn't meet all of the regulations, then that's it. But if he does, doesn't he also have a right to pursue his dreams? I'm not stopping anyone else from pursuing their dreams. If he meets all the ordinance, all the regulations, then why not let him do this? Do you think that he's a sneak? I mean, sometimes there's testimony that makes you think that Chris is sneaking and or lying about things. I just know my son. I know our family. We are none of those things. And if there was a problem, I know my son, I know our family, we would want to make everyone feel as comfortable as they can. This is very hard for me. I thought I was coming into a neighborhood like I left. I feel like I'm in hell for the last 10 months. So I too have feelings. And this is the first time after how many months has this been going on that I've been able to say how I feel. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any additional statements from members of the public? All right, at this time, the board will hear arguments by unrepresented parties. Mr. Millier and the other gentleman will both have an opportunity, should they wish, to make argument to the board in favor of or opposition to the application.
Ready to state my name?
Name and address.
Dave Juga, G-U-I-G. 1420 Ardley Circle. But I currently still reside in West Goshen Township. My wife and I are getting ready to move into Ardley Circle this weekend. We've been searching for a new home. We currently live on Laurel Drive in West Goshen Township. Love the neighborhood, love the home, but it is becoming a cut-through street with a lot of noise from Municipal Pike. So after 3 long years of searching for homes in Westchester, we finally found Ardley Circle. So I can only tell you what I know, because it's unfortunate that this is how I'm meeting my neighbors. I would have much rather meet all of you on Halloween as we take our 3 small kids around with a cold beer in my hand. Unfortunately, that's not the case. I can simply leave you with my perspective on something that was brought up. I guess it was last week when I was here, and somebody made a comment about property values. So what I can tell you is, had I Googled 1420 Ardley Circle and saw the meeting minutes from the past, I wouldn't have purchased in the neighborhood. And I probably wouldn't have come to East Goshen if you guys were to approve it. So that's what I can say.
Thank you, Mr. Millier. Do you care to make a statement?
I think I'm just gonna second my wife's conversation. Discussion.
Sure.
Smart man. Smart man. Put your wife first.
Thank you.
Actually, I did want to say one other thing. So, in addition to the second, I did want to say, and this is quick, that we both talked this, we do for the responders. Chris is too talented, and beyond this dream that is affecting all of our lives, I don't want him to stop this dream of his, because he shouldn't. He's too talented as a woodworker. I just wish it, man, what I would do to make you go to like Route 30 and like get it all up. I know that's your dream, but I'm just saying. I hope it doesn't stop. That was
Thank you. Thank you. All right, we've heard from the public and we've heard by unrepresented parties. So at this time, we'll hear from the represented parties. The board desires to hear closing arguments of no more than 5 minutes. So we're going to stick to that. I will allow Ms. Boswell or Ms. Settler to go first, with the other going second, and Mr. Thompson on behalf of the applicant will go last.
It's not urgent, shouldn't I go first? It's my application. Oh, that's fine.
I thought as the applicant you would want to go. I don't know.
It's fine.
Okay.
Ladies first. You go last, somebody goes. Somebody's got to have the courage to stand up. Ladies first. Well, this is ladies first, and then are saying, shoot, Marty, you to the citizens.
I typically move around and speak off the cuff, but at 11:10 at night, after having worked since 7 this morning, I'm going to read most of this to be sure that I can get it in 5 minutes. And I think you've heard all of the neighbors talk about the most important thing of this neighborhood is that it's bucolic and quiet. And there's an application to put a noisy operation in the middle of this neighborhood. When I reviewed the notes of testimony and the evidence, the testimony that was available and the evidence in support of the application, there were a few things that troubled me on behalf of my clients. And one of them was the sound expert offered by Mr. Zampano. If you read his report, which is Exhibit A4 carefully, There's a list of equipment contained in there, but it is described by the expert as, quote, "The woodworking equipment in the CZ building consisted of," end quote. It is not a list of equipment that was tested. And what concerns me is the sound expert twice on cross-examination acknowledged that he could not observe what equipment was being tested. And probably the last person who should have been selecting the equipment was the applicant, was inside and determining what machinery was being run. There's no chart in the expert's report that correlates equipment, whether combination equipment or singular equipment, with a decibel level. The sound expert testified that he was there solo and that he was moving around the property and at many points did not have any visual of what was occurring inside of the woodworking shop. If you compare exhibits JB 27 and 32, both of which were admitted, they were the lists of equipment with readings that were prepared by Mr. Zumpano on his stationery. One of them was with Mr. Gordon present. Each piece of equipment is tested and the correlating decibel amount is there. In other words, when you review the sound expert's report, it's relatively meaningless because you have no idea what equipment was run and what decibel level correlates with it, if any. We talked again about this, the expert saying that the noise from the saws could not be heard from the property lines, and you have witnesses who testified, I suggest credibly, with videos, that not only could they hear the sawing, they could hear it from inside of their homes. Two witnesses had videos from the day of the May 29th sound test. One video was not introduced, but it was available and also taken with that same background. So I would suggest that the acoustic expert report is really of no help to you because it doesn't tell you anything with any definitive evidence. And if you look at the one sound test, which was the April 20th sound test that Mr. Zumpano prepared, and there were charts and combination equipment. Presumably that was prepared for the Planning Commission, giving the date of April 20th. And you'll see a 15-inch planer that was tested in combination and separately. But I would ask you to recall Mr. Zumpano's testimony, which, by the way, can be found on page 45 of the notes of testimony of the July hearing, where he was asked about the 15-inch planer being tested in the May 29th test with Mr. Gordon and with the sound expert. And when he was asked why that planer was not in the test, his testimony was, quote, "Unfortunately, my planer did get damaged during transportation from my old shop to my new shop and never made it to the new shop. So I was unable to test it from that point on." It was tested on April 20th in the shop. The statement is categorically untrue because he tested the planer. We have two experts who have described the nuisance sound generated, Mr. Babbitt and Mr. Hines, by woodworking equipment, both of whom are familiar with it. Your ordinance does not permit this type of noise in a residential district, nor should families be required to tolerate noises that are not typical to residential neighborhoods. We all know when someone in the neighborhood, as we've heard from several witnesses, is doing a home project. You know it will end. It is annoying and aggravating and disruptive, and it disrupts the quiet enjoyment of sometimes the interior of your home as well as the exterior of your home. However, when it's on a sustained basis and it's being testified, you never know when it's going to start, and you never know when it's going to end. It's a difficult way to live in your sanctuary. I don't know about you, but my home is my sanctuary. I work hard. When I get there, that's my place to let my hair down and enjoy myself. And that is exactly the same situation for my clients who raise their families and want to be able to enjoy every inch of their property inside and outside. And this type of noise is annoying, it's disruptive, the pitch is a nuisance, and your ordinance does not permit that. The last point I'd like to make, and I think I'm still under my 5 minutes, is, okay, I just want to make the point that Mr. Zumpano, on his very first night of testimony, was asked on direct testimony about what he does, and he says, from page 84 and 85 of the first hearing, quote, "I am a woodworker. I'm an artisan, a maker, a designer, a general contractor." His words, not mine. I believe at the last hearing, he retracted his general contractor and tried to tell us this is all one business, even though on cross-examination, he differentiated his woodworking skills from general contractors, and you can find that in the August 13th transcript at page 85. You can't have two different occupations on a property, and I would suggest to you, one is proposed and one is being conducted there now. We also, and as silly as it sounds, have an applicant who, when asked on direct testimony, told you he lives in the house with his wife and his daughter. Later, he testified his parents live there. It's a simple question, but the answer shouldn't change. And that's what concerns me. There's 500 square feet. Mr. Hines said everybody wants to have a bigger shop. When no one's looking, the shop can expand into this huge 2-story structure, and it places my clients in the position of having to be policemen or complainers, constant, chronic complainers to the township for a use that does not belong in this beautiful, quiet neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Boswell?
Thank you. First, I would like to say that I respect very much Christopher is clearly a family person, and family is very important, and that's to be respected, as are his talents to be respected. What Ms. Bean is asking the board is to also respect her rights to the quiet enjoyment of her property. I think I always talk longer than 5 minutes, but I will try. I will try to sympathize as the board is praying for me to talk fast, and the court reporter is telling me to talk slowly. No, I think the main thing to start is to remember the burden of proof here. The applicant has the burden of proof. He has the burden to prove all the elements that we've gone through in the conditional use home occupation, the accessory use home occupation standards. But he also has the burden of proof under section 240.31 with regard to the more general conditional use standards. I think that your ordinance, if I had more time, I'd go through chapter and verse, but the ordinance does place that burden on the applicant, except possibly with respect to policy things, which really weren't discussed at length. So let's start with the main point that I would like to make is that the applicant has not proved that this is a use, quote, clearly incidental to a single family residence. Your ordinance says clearly incidental, clearly incidental. The case law talks about customarily incidental and subordinate to. I think that's the very threshold question that you have to ask. The applicant's expert did not I think it's very noteworthy that the testimony of that expert did not say that this is a customarily incidental use to a single-family residential neighborhood versus the contrast to Mr. Babbitt and his testimony was that it's clearly not for the reasons he went through, his three-part analysis of that, which I think was very credible. So I think that without being able to make that determination, the application must be denied. In terms of size, there's just too many questions about that. Yes, the application says 500 square feet, but the drawing given does not outline how all of these equipment, you have the list of all of the equipment owned by Mr. Zampano and intended to be operated in this business, how all of that will fit. So that's one thing. The garage is larger than 500 square feet. And so I think it's just a natural tendency to use that shelving for some of his finishes or whatever. It's just, it's too tempting to be in a building that's larger than the amount you're allotted. Additionally, it is apparent that some of these activities will have to take place outside of that 500 square feet in the home for use of water. Mr. Zampano testified that he does billing, and it's not that anyone objects to that, but the point is it's his burden to prove that he's met these requirements, and I would suggest that that's a big question. In terms of appearance, no one's really the final section of that is the residential character of the neighborhood shall not be changed as a result of the home occupation, not just the structure itself, but the residential character. I think you've heard a lot of testimony about that from the neighbors. We've talked a lot about the noise expert, so I won't go through that again. Ms. Setzler discussed that very well, but I just asked the board to remember that decibel levels are not the only standards for noise in the ordinance, and in fact, there is a separate nuisance standard. And I would ask you to look at, we've talked a lot about noise, but not about vibration at all. The expert put on by the Zampanos said he did not test for vibration. These are very large pieces of equipment, as those manuals will attest. They're very heavy. There's no testimony about that, and we don't have to prove it is a nuisance. They have to prove that it's not. And I suggest to you that they've not done that. There's been a lot of evidence put on with concerns about as well fumes and odors and dust. If you look at those manuals, and I won't go through them all, but just for an example, and they're all very similar. JB18, for an example, this is a 205-pound equipment. You're cautioned to wear ear protectors because it's loud, I assume, but number 11 says some dust created by power sanding, sawing, grinding, drilling, and other activities, construction activities, contain chemicals known to cause cancer, birth defects, or other reproductive harm. Some examples of these chemicals are lead from lead-based paint, and arsenic and chromium from chemically treated lumber. So we didn't hear that those are not going to be things used. So, again, the other manuals have the same kinds of things with respect to the pieces of equipment that were tested. As well, the oils, and I commend Mr. Zampano for trying to use renewable products, but it does talk about in that exhibit that he presented, I believe A16, there's danger of combustion from the rags, which may begin to burn themselves, so put the rags in water. Consult the label for safe disposal of wiping cloths due to spontaneous combustion. So his own evidence seems to suggest that there could be some fire issues there. Storage, a question was just raised there as to whether some wood is being outside is indeed for personal use. And I would just say that one of the problems with this entire event is that, as one of the neighbors said, is it personal use or is it not? It's going to be an enforcement nightmare for the township. It's going to be the neighbors do not want to be policed and they want to live their lives in their quiet, bucolic neighborhood, bucolic neighborhood, and they do not want to be policemen, but they're sort of being forced to once you let that camel's nose under the tent. The application itself seems to acknowledge that doors must be closed to avoid a nuisance. I would just ask you to refer to the cover letter that was part of the application that initially said, going through each of the elements, that the doors must be closed in order to prevent a nuisance. So now the doors are apparently not always going to be closed, nor the windows. No violations. I'd like to point this out as well. There was no testimony from any township employee, the zoning officer in particular, that there are no current violations on the property. I think the testimony was that there have been no enforcement notices issued. But that's not the same as to say that the property is compliant with township ordinances. In fact, there's no testimony as to the meeting of the area and bulk requirements of the R2 district, specifically building coverage. So I don't know that they have met that requirement. In terms of employees, again, I just raised, there's a lot of questions in my mind, inconsistent testimony. I think it, postings about employees, even if they're working off site, they're still an employee. So, I think there's just questions about that. If you look at some of the JB exhibits 16, 17, 31, in terms of whether or not there are employees. Hours of operation we've talked about a lot, and we appreciate Mr. Zampano's consideration of that point. But the standard is not open to the public. And I believe that Mr. Zampano has testified that he will not want it to be open to the public. So I think that it's important if this is approved, which I don't think that it can be, that condition be made and it not be open to the public. Again, there's inconsistencies about why is the address and hours of operation listed on the internet if it's not intended to be open for the public. In terms of parking, really quickly, I would just suggest that section 24033C8 of the zoning ordinance does say that if there is 5 parking spaces, that buffering is required. Mr. Zampano testified that he would imagine at least 3 or 4 could be there. So I would just suggest that that is a reason why the board might consider buffering as a condition.
Ms. Boswell, can you just wrap up, please?
Sure. Mr. Hines was very persuasive, and as I understood his testimony, you cannot refinish furniture without furniture stripping. There's so much evidence of a commercial. Mr. Babbitt talked about it being manufacturing, and your ordinance would define that as an industrial use. If you look at the prohibited uses, I think that they are, certainly this proposed use is similar to those uses that are prohibited. So in summary, I would just ask the board to look, which I'm sure you will look very carefully at the standards, and I do not believe that the applicant has made its burden of proof, and in fact, we've presented evidence that it's a manufacturing use. All the indicia, a website, which has a lot of contradictory things to what the testimony was, an LLC. It just seems like this is certainly a big commercial use. And my final point would just be, again, that I don't think that they met the burden of proving specifically that this is customarily incidental to a residential use.
Thank you. Ms. Setzler's argument was between 7 and 8 minutes. Ms. Boswell's was like 11. So I'm going to allow the applicant, Mr. Thompson.
I'm the last thing between you and sleep.
Well, I'm going to allow you that amount of time, should you so choose, to make your argument as well in terms of fairness.
I only have a couple things I want to say.
Thank you.
Board members, it's about the standards in subsection 6 for a home occupation. That's what it's about. We believe that we presented sufficient testimony and evidence to demonstrate that we comply with each one of these standards for Mr. Zampano's proposed wood shop, wood making business. And I'll be quick. We talked about whether or not this use is an accessory use. Mr. Zampano testified that he lives there, his family lives there, his parents they actually live there. There's only 500 square feet in his garage that he's going to be using. That's the way your ordinance defines an accessory use for a home occupation. Mr. Hines testified that he has an accessory use. He makes wood furniture in 700 square feet. He doesn't even have a permit for that, and that is an accessory use. Your township manager has a permit for a home occupation for a wood shop use. Mr. Babbitt had a wood shop in his basement. These are the wood shops, or the types of uses that, I mean, based on that evidence alone, I would suggest that that's the type of use that is a home occupation use, and it's the type of use that you would anticipate having in a residential dwelling. And we recognize the fact that it's a commercial use. We're applying for the home occupation. That's why we're here. That's why we've been going through this process. That being said, it is an accessory use, and we believe the testimony bears that out. Clearly, we're complying with the size. We've agreed to the 500 square feet. He has a new garage on the property. There's not going to be anything outside of that garage to indicate that there's something going on the property that's not associated with a residence. It's all going to be inside that garage. I'll skip over the nuisance. There's not going to be any outside storage. We saw a pile of wood. No one was able to say what was that wood was associated with the business. Mr. Zampano testified that he was going to use it for firewood. We've got the requirements of any regulatory agency. There are none in this case. No one indicated or was able to show that there were any violations on the property. Mr. Zampano testified that he does this use himself. He's allowed to have one employee if he so chooses in the future. His hours of operation were proposed to be 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Your home occupation goes till 10 if someone so choose. He's got parking for his truck on the side. No one's even going to be able to see it. He testified that servicing by truck, he has Amazon deliveries no more than you would associate with a residential use. There's not going to be any additional traffic. He has a sign. He's going to find some way where to put it that Mark Gordon says is appropriate. And he doesn't have any additional solid waste or sewage discharge with the use. That being said, the hot button issue, I'm at 3.5 minutes, is always been, and from the beginning it was identified at the Planning Commission as noise. Planning Commission gave us a recommendation, actually recommending this home occupation. And what they said at the Planning Commission after we were there twice, first they said, go take the zoning officer out and do a test, figure out if you're compliant with our noise ordinance. Mr. Gordon had 2 meters, Mr. Zampano had 1. We ran a test. We determined that based on that test that we were below the standards. We went back to the Planning Commission. They said, you know, none of you guys are sound experts. We think you should hire a sound expert to do testing. Mr. Zampano took it upon himself to do that, to comply with the Planning Commission because he cared about the noise that this use could possibly generate. So we had a sound expert do a test. That was the first night that you guys listened to testimony, and we had 7 different machines that were running. And if you read his report, and this is what he testified to, he said during the testing, the air filtration systems were run continuously, and various combinations and permutations of additional equipment was run simultaneously to achieve the maximum noise scenario. So Mr. Zampano had, I think it was 4 people inside that shop running these wood through these tools in order to find what the maximum sound level could possibly be. I don't think there was any way for him to actually physically do that. And what did the sound test reveal was that the ambient levels, without anything going on in the neighborhood, for the 3 most affected areas, the east, south, and west, were between 43 and 52, 45 and 52, and 45 and 62. So this meter that our expert tested with indicated that the ambient levels, the maximum ambient levels were between 52 and 62 decibels. And with the operation running, with the machines running, he was able to test at 50, 50.9, 50.2, and 53. And when he testified that if there was less than a 10 decibel difference in the ambient reading, then it actually pushed up the reading for the sound that we were trying to test for. So those readings were actually beyond what it would have been based on the ambient sound levels. You guys have a sound ordinance. You guys probably know about that, given the Sunoco issues. Residential zones during the day, the sound limit is 60 decibels. So we were able to objectively prove that these machines running inside the building with the sound attenuation measures were 10 decibels less than between 7 a.m. and 10 p.m., which you guys permit in residential zoning districts. From 10 to 7, East Goshen permits 50 decibels. We were almost able to run these things during the evening and still be in compliance with your sound ordinance. So these are the objective limits that East Goshen has set, that the Board of Supervisors has set through its zoning ordinance for noise. And so that is embodied in subsection D of the ordinance when it talks about levels at the property line in excess of levels customarily generated by residential use. So looking back to the noise ordinance, these are the levels that you guys have made a decision on that are customarily levels that you would expect in a residential neighborhood. We believe that we presented sufficient testimony. Nobody rebutted the sound expert. No one was able to provide any testimony to counter his testimony. And I think that is something the board needs to weigh very heavily. If there was something wrong with his testimony, I would have expected an expert to provide their own testimony. So once we meet our burden, the burden then shifts to anyone who's against the application to demonstrate with objective evidence that the use somehow is going to create a health, safety, and welfare issue with the neighbors. I haven't heard anything but supposition. We haven't heard any objective testimony. Some people have testified they don't like the sounds, that they don't like what they're looking at as far as the Zampano property, but that doesn't meet the objective standard for a conditional use. So with that, I request that you guys review those standards and review the evidence. This is what you guys need to focus on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. With that, we have just one housekeeping item left, and that is just an announcement that the board, pursuant to the MPC, will have 45 days from today's date for the public rendering of a decision on this pending application. I will suggest that given the absence of two supervisors for two now protracted hearings, will require them to read the transcripts and watch the videos once those transcripts become available. So with that said, I'm going to ask if there is any objection from any party as to waiving the 45-day decision timeframe, and perhaps we can come up with something that's reasonable for all. I don't think anyone wants to delay a decision in this matter, but we do need to be mindful of the absence of the supervisors and afford appropriate time. So,
She's got two.
right, no, I understand.
She could have that done by tomorrow afternoon.
Let's balance what the sounding point.
Ryan's getting nasty up here.
All right, let's go off the record.
Yes, Daddy.
The last call is not transcribed.
That means you can't leave yet.
Oh, you're Mr. Thompson, what do you think is engineer image would be fair
45 days.
from today?
Alright,
Well,
alright, well, are you willing
We've been
to,
at this since March.
Understood.
That's,
understood,
what are you guys looking for?
okay, so you're unwilling to wait the 45 days?
Well,
That's my question.
is there a reason or a timeline
I-
that works for the board?
I think 60 days would be, I think within the next 2 weeks, perhaps we can have the September 5th transcript, and I don't want to speak out of turn for Ms. Fitzpatrick, but I imagine that this transcript being even longer will require at least 3 weeks, and that's half of the time frame in which the board would have to render a decision. So I'm just posing the question. You have the right not to waive the requirement. I think 60 days might be appropriate, might be proper, might be reasonable. That's entirely the call of the parties.
How about 45 days from when the transcripts are done with an outer limit?
Yeah, I just think that might extend to the 70 or 80-day time frame. That's a long time. That's almost 3 months. I don't think that that's fair on the opposite end.
I would say that there's no discussion with the Park Bar Street for at least 5 weeks.
Were we?
5 weeks, that's 2 plus 3. And we're gonna be goddamn lucky if we can be done. What are you doing? Don't let me. Oh, just, stand back in the email. So keep that in mind. This is for the you just put this out because it's going to be a thing.
I mean, that 45 takes you to the 26th of October. I mean, 1 extra week is the first of November, is that enough time?
I mean, any additional time is appreciated by the board, I can imagine. So,
That's.
can you, well, the election is,
7 weeks.
yeah, I'm just trying to think, we typically meet on Tuesdays, right?
Well, we can do that too.
I mean, if there's this particular day that you need, but I
45 would take us to what?
the 26th of October, that's a Saturday.
The board had until November 12th. That's Tuesday where it would meet. It would grant an additional 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks.
How long is the transcript take?
Ninth is almost 300 pages.
The last one took almost 3 weeks.
No, it's not.
And I'm not suggesting the board will take the entirety of that time frame. It's just nice to know that it would have the opportunity, should it so need. And we have 1 supervisor having surgery, and we have 2 that have been absent for 2 weeks. But
What's it called? It's called for how many days from now?
12 is
60 days gives you to the 8th. That's 60 days. That's 2 months.
That's the.
You'll be here on the 12th.
scheduled meeting on the 12th of November.
You're not on the 5th. That's what I
If
said.
there's election day, that's probably that. I don't think so.
So you're looking for more than 60 days?
have it on 52 days.
Assuming it's 3 weeks for transcript, that gives you 4 more weeks. Assuming you do it first, and then that's what it's 6 weeks. Who is? Oh, yeah.
I mean, we can render, the law's the law. I mean, if they're not gonna waive it, we'll render a decision in 45 days.
I haven't heard you say that you are looking for something.
We're looking for, I believe,
Looking for the 12?
I think the board is looking for approximately 62 days instead of the 45, bringing us to Tuesday, November 12th.
That's the request of the board, not your problem. Stretching.
You go back, we're gonna go back. Okay, back on the record. I'm gonna ask the parties if they are willing to waive the municipality's planning code requirement that the board render a decision on this application within 45 days of today's date, and instead ask that the timeframe for, or the deadline for the board's rendering of a decision on this application be no later than Tuesday, November 12th, 2019. Is that waiver acceptable to the applicant?
It's acceptable to the applicant, just with the note that this application was filed almost 8 months ago from that date. So, yes. November 12th, 62 days from tonight.
Understood, thank you. Is there any opposition from you, Ms. Boswell?
No, I'm concerned that it's not enough time for the court reporter and the board. And, you just rested your case last week. Technically, there could be 100 days of further testimony, so. Well, no, now it is, but I'm just suggesting that it could have gone on for 100 more days under the NPC. So while you filed your application when you did, we just got our chance last week and tonight. So we've tried our best to go quickly.
Understood.
Is that enough time for the board, 62 days?
Yes, I believe it is.
I'll crawl back for you.
Ms. Setzler, do you have any objection to the waiver for a November 12th, 2019 decision rendering?
I do not, Mr. Jennings.
And the other two parties have left, so there's clearly no objection from them. With that said, a decision will be rendered on the application no later than Tuesday, November 12th, 2019. The record on these proceedings is closed. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For a very tolerant night. For those people that stuck around.
Thank you.
My statement that I'll hold back over to the
Good night, Paula. Bye, Jennifer. Thank you.
Don't forget me, Andrew. Thanks, guys. Great job.
Yeah.
I wrote it down somewhere.
Good luck tomorrow in court. Don't judge me, and I can you?
Yeah.
Tell him I said I can't take it. And I will call back.
All right, good night, thank you.
Yes.
All right. I'm glad you got this.
Is she really? When? Oh, she's been down there. Oh, my word. Oh, that is so funny. Yes, I do. She didn't say anything bad about it. No.
Yes.
Did she say I'm a hugger?
Thank you. Thank you. Good night.
Oh, thank you.
That's what you're worried about, you guys.
No, they're not.
Good luck, Mr. McCabe.
Thank you very much, Carmen. Drop the Mr. stuff. Mr. Batavio, I think was my father. Thank you.
Sorry, Mark, I'm trying to go fast.
You're good. You need help with anything?
No, okay, thank you.
Stop. Yep.
Your son is very talented, which I can't tell you.
That's true. I heard everything, and I read the transcripts.